Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to this little bit of a detour before we head into Phoenix Wright 6. This is a ROM hack for Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time called Hero of Law, where it turns the game into Phoenix Wright, which sounds pretty amazing when you consider how much of a conversion that is. Made by the newer team, who, if you're an older Romhack fan, you might recognize them from their newer Super Mario Brothers Romhack for New Super Mario Brothers Wii, way back in 2013. I didn't realize it was the same guys until I booted it up, which was pretty cool to see. Glad to see that they're still making ROM hacks, because they make some high quality stuff, so I have high expectations for this. I've only seen about 30 seconds of this. I booted up to make sure it looked okay and that everything was working, because emulators can be a pain in the ass, but I think otherwise we are good to go. We are ready to get into this. This should hopefully be a one-off stream, I would expect. It seems like it's just one case, just one court trial, even specifically. Not even like a investigation phase as far as I know. It's just the court trial, so think of this as like the equivalent of a case 1 in any Phoenix Wright game. Yeah, let's proceed. I only have save data because I was testing. But this looks pretty incredible. This is being played on an emulator, because it does take advantage of some emulator-specific things like widescreen and higher-res textures. So it just makes sense to be playing on something like this. But apparently this is compatible on both like Virtual Console and actual hardware. And from what I saw in the README when I was setting this up, apparently this supports like the mouse, like the N64 mouse, the N64 microphone, and also apparently the transfer pack for some reason. I don't know why this game needs all that. I'm not using any of that. I'm just using an N64 controller. I'm using the Nintendo Switch N64 controller, like put into, oh shit. She finally snapped. Just N64 controller plugged in my computer. Figured that was like the most appropriate thing to be using here. So I was unaware that Hyrule had a court, but I guess that makes sense. I mean, I would imagine they'd have to try criminals somewhere. So it seems like the best place to be doing it. I think after so many years of doing this, I'd be used to the stress. So why am I shaking? Guess it's a lot worse when it's your friend's life that's on the line. Come on, gotta look professional. She can't see you like this. So apparently Link became a very experienced defense lawyer after saving Hyrule. Speaking of her though, where is she anyway? Hey, you, over there. What is it, attorney? Trial isn't started yet. Wow, we actually get like animation from the bailiffs / guards in this one. That is already higher quality than any Phoenix Wright game. But it will be soon, right? Would you happen to know why my client isn't here yet? I didn't get to speak much with her when she was arrested, so I was hoping I could at least exchange a word with her now. Well, you weren't the only one with the idea. I believe she's currently in the prosecutor's lobby. Hey, you wanted to talk to her as well. What? What is up with this guy? Who even is the prosecutor? I don't know. Bars me from the crime scene, blocks my detention center visits, and now this? Holy shit, Edgeworth never did any of that. Not to worry, she'll definitely be here before the trial. Great. It'll be a joyous 5 minutes indeed. It's like someone's setting up for failure. But there's nothing I can do but wait. It'll be nice seeing how a non-Capcom made courtroom drama game compares. Let's see how someone else can tackle the formula. You know, because we've only been playing like the official stuff up to this point. Okay, this is ridiculous. How much longer can he keep her? Ah, see? There she is. No need to get all worked up.
Is something wrong? Did I hear shouting?
So much for looking professional. No. Don't worry. Everything's fine. This is Malin. Ever since we met in Hyrule Castle Town all those years ago, we've been great friends. Heart's in the right place. I know she cared deeply about her father. Yeah, but he was also kind of a deadbeat, so I'm not even surprised that she would have done it.
Everything's fine. Why do you look so worried?
Well...
How did the investigation go? Did you find anything?
Yeah, the investigation. I found tons of, groundbreaking stuff. Particularly that my opponent's a real scumbag. What did the prosecutor want from you anyway?
Well, it was mostly just threats. He kept explaining in detail what will happen to me if I'm found guilty.
Doesn't sound like a vital discussion that needed to happen right before the trial. He probably just did that so we wouldn't have as much time to talk.
You believe in me, right? I didn't do it. I never.
Of course. I mean, that's my job after all, right? Of course I believe in you. Although, I'll be honest, things aren't looking very good right now. Do we even have any evidence since we're skipping the trial part? Might R button stop working? Okay, that one still works. I had trouble with, like, for some reason the R button just, like... I don't know why, this emulator just doesn't like this controller for some reason. The R button stops working, every other button is fine, but not the R button. So, I don't know, we'll see when we get in there. Because it's not working right now, and I can't figure out why. What's it you got there?
Oh, there's just a pictograph of father I carry around. I just can't believe he's gone.
I bet Ingo did it. You know, if Ocarina of Time had an M rating, you fucking know he would have done it by now. Wish I knew how to cheer her up right now. I'm not very good at handling emotional clients. Hey, you know, that pictograph could be really useful for the trial.
Oh? How so?
Well, you look so happy together. I can present it to show that you two had a great relationship.
You really think so? Ah, well, here you go then.
Alan's pictograph added to the court record. At least I'll be walking in there with something other than my badge. But wait, we shouldn't just be idly chatting. Anyway, there's not much time left. I know it's hard to talk about, but could you tell me what actually happened? I don't stand much chance if I don't know your version of the story.
I understand. Unfortunately,
The trial has started. Defendant, attorney, please enter the courtroom at once. Uh-oh. Shouldn't have said that stuff about having no chance. Alright. Everything will be fine. Prosecutor's been playing me for a fool since this began, but sooner or later his arrogance will be his undoing. Let's head inside. Hopefully the R button starts working again. I'm gonna have to, like, reboot this, and then hope for the best. My name is Link. Been a defense attorney for the last 7 years. I've won my fair share of cases, and lost some too. This one is personal. So much at stake here. Not only do I have to save Malon's life, I gotta find out who did this to Talon. Talon. He was always so kind. He didn't deserve this. I need to do him justice. I can't lose this. Oh, of course it's Ganon. You know, part of me thought, like, maybe there'd be a chance they'd throw a wrench in it and be like, oh, it's not gonna be Ganon. That'd be pretty cool, actually. Of course it's Ganon. Why would it have not been anyone else? Ours still not working. Okay, I'm going to, I need to save state here. Which one's save state? Is this save state? I think this is save state. I'm gonna probably reboot this. Oh, none of these buttons are working. Cool. Okay, give me a second here. I don't know what the save state button is on any other controller. Shit, are we gonna have to, like... What if I just replug it, or is that gonna make things worse? I'm scared it's going to, but I mean, it's already pretty bad. Can I... Hang on a second here. Where's my mouse? Where the fuck is my mouse on this window? There it is. Do we have the ability to mess with things? Oh, I can save staying here. Okay, that's good. Just make sure that's working. And I'm gonna have to restart this and hope for the best. Okay. 1 second here. I'm gonna restart this emulator. And also test the controls. Maybe I like didn't map it somehow when I was playing around with things. Okay, so it detects it in the control mapping. It knows it's there. Ah, maybe that's why. Okay, that one's fine. Okay. We'll save those. Okay. I'm gonna reboot it. Yeah, it's detecting everything else. It doesn't like the R button for some reason. I can't figure out why. I'll be able to reload the state once I confirm that the R button is working. Okay, R button is working because you have to press it to get to options, so we're good there. Now if I click load state, okay. Load state worked as well. We're good here.
Court is now in session for the trial of Malin of Lon Lon Ranch.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
I sincerely doubt that. What were they thinking, hitting me against some pathetic kid? Pathetic kid? Still your tongue. You bring shame upon the fine color of your hair, vile woman.
Oh, damn. Holy shit. It's anti-pirated HCR. You know what? You're probably right. I am playing this on an emulator. Maybe that's why the R button's not working. It knows.
For long, the world shall know the horrible deeds you've committed. Let us not prolong the inevitable. Shall we begin? Now, this court is no place to be exchanging insults. Since the prosecution seems to be ready as well, let's hear their opening statement.
I almost feel like this Dragmire guy, whoever he is gonna ask the judge to do the opening statement, if you know what I mean.
The opening statement shall also be the closing one. The girl did it. It's obvious. She killed her own father in cold blood. Also, she could have the ranch to herself.
I'm telling you, that's something that Ingo would do if he could.
Couldn't wait for the old fool to die naturally, could you, you greedy little rat?
My god, this is an aggressive prosecutor. Your Honor, you can't allow this man to verbally abuse the defendant like this.
She committed murder, kid. She deserves every bit of scorn she gets.
It was more or less making a pirate show, but I didn't even see the piracy aspect of it. It was just too perfect. Why is Ganon's name Dragmire? Because I believe that's actually canonically his name. Like, I think that's his last name, isn't it? Like Ganondorf Dragmire or something? It's not really something you ever hear in the games is the thing. I don't even know where it's mentioned. Or why it's, like, considered official, but I'm, like, super sure it's the official name of him. It might have been in, like, the manual for Ocarina of Time and nowhere else.
I do believe a little less commentary wouldn't go amiss. I assure you, old man, you will change your opinion once you see all of the damning evidence. Who is this guy? How can he speak to the judge like that?
Ganondorf Dragmire. Looks like I've been lucky to avoid meeting this man until now. The stories I've heard about him must be true. A boorish barbarian of a man hailing from the Gerudo province. Apparently, he prides himself on the nearly clean streak he's cultivated for decades. All while disrespecting everyone in the court, including the judge. I've even heard some attorneys refer to him as the King of Evil. Definitely has that look at the very least. Who wears full armor to court?
Very well. Please present your case to the court.
R button works here, right? Okay, good. R button is now working. We can see our evidence finally.
You don't just seem to like me talking, so I'll just let the detective present the basics.
Oh, who's the detective in this one? Oh, it's Impa. Okay, that makes sense.
Bring Impa of the Sheikah Force to the stand.
Well, here we go. The first battle. I know Impa. She's quite a competent detective. Which worries me. Well, we're getting an actually competent detective for once. That's a first. Please let her have made a mistake just this once. It's real, it started in Link to the Past. Oh, it was in Link to the Past that they first used it. Okay. Really used what's officially used on the old Nintendo website stuff. Yeah, I can't recall the last time they've ever referred to him as Ganondorf Dragmire. Maybe it was in like a Smash Bros. Trophy description or something. I could see that being a place.
Alright, state your name and whatever it is you pretend to do.
Never change, do you, prosecutor?
Any possible change would be for the worse. Now, stop wasting time. Name an occupation.
Oh man.
Very well. I am Impa, head detective of the Sheikah Force, Homicide Division.
True for now, at least. Well, what are you waiting for? Start talking. You're the one assigned to this case, so you know all about it. What calamity has befallen our fair kingdom?
Ooh, that's a little ironic coming from him.
Still can't be bothered to give a proper opening statement. I suppose I could do the prosecutor's job for him this time, for the sake of an unbiased look. Please go ahead, detective. The incident happened early yesterday morning on Lon Lon Ranch, a local supply of goods located just south of Castletown. The current owner of the homestead, Talon, was found dead in his ranch house. A tragic loss for our kingdom for sure. I've seen a man around Castletown a number of times delivering goods. Quite. The owner was a rather important figure to the local community. In any case, we were alerted to the scene of the murder by the Royal Guard who were there on official business. Official business? What kind? As I understand, the ranch provides the kingdom with vital services. To ensure it's operating as it should, and as a gesture of appreciation, the Crown orders a visitation to the ranch every year. I see. A scheduled annual visit. Continue, detective. When the Sheikah Force arrived, they found the victim bleeding out onto the floor. Next to him lay his daughter, Malin, breathing but unresponsive. After a thorough investigation, we arrested her, as she was deemed the only possible culprit. That about covers the gist of what happened.
Very nice and succinct. Keep that up and perhaps you will keep your job.
I don't think the good detective here has much to worry about that, given she is the head of the department. Which reminds me, why is the head of detectives herself on a case like this? Were the other detectives unavailable? That would be because I've been assigned to this case by order of King of Hyrule himself. The king himself assigned you? That doesn't happen very often, does it? You are correct, Your Honor. I'm not usually involved in field work like this. This time, however, the king felt it necessary because of who is involved. Who is involved? Is the death of a ranch worker really such a concern for the king? Well, as I said, Lon Lon Ranch is a very important supply of goods, to be sure. But that's not who I meant. I imagine the king wanted the top investigators on this job because it was the royal princess herself who discovered the crime scene.
I think one of the creatures you can magic power tell you that you'll be no match for Dragmar or something like that. Oh, okay, maybe that's where they used it. No one even gives Ingo guts. Dude, okay, canonically though, Ingo does take over the ranch in the adult timeline, so he's got to be the killer, right? Like, how is he not the murderer in this one? Maybe that's too obvious though. Maybe they'll do something a little different. No clue if it is, but if using the OT, yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is a Romhack thing. I had to patch a Ocarina of Time ROM to play this game. This is 100%. You can play this on actual hardware if you have like an EverDrive to load it on, and you can also play it on like you can patch the Wii Virtual Console version of the game, and it will run on that too. So yep, this is 100% real hardware, and it will work. It won't look as good. You won't get widescreen, and you won't get the nicer, higher quality text, but it will 100% work.
Order! I will have order. The royal Princess Zelda witnessed the crime?
And there you have it. This case rides on the princess's own words. To doubt it would be to doubt your own royalty.
Dude, the newer team is like wizards when it comes to modding. They were some of the first people to make ROM hacks for New Super Mario Bros. Wii, way back in like 2011. Ah, this is bad. I can't really object to that.
Very well. If the princess is testified today, it better we don't make her needlessly wait. A detective, please testify about exactly why the defendant was arrested. It is with regret that I agree with Dragma. All the evidence points towards the girl being the culprit. And we determined that the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. There were only 3 people on the ranch. The victim, the defendant, and a worker who has an alibi for the time of the crime.
3 guesses as to who that worker is.
The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out onto the floor. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon. Without a doubt, that was what was used to kill the victim. She seems like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate.
Alright, last statement. We present evidence. Your Honor, that's a contradiction to the facts. Malin is an idiot. She's lying.
Your Honor, I would like to submit these pieces of evidence to the court. First, I have the autopsy report performed by the Crown's top coroner. Here is what we determined to be the murder weapon, which we took from the defendant's hands. And to make sure that we had the correct weapon, we conducted a very thorough investigation. Naturally, we searched everyone and thoroughly examined the ranch and its vicinity. Nothing unusual is found, but to be safe, we also checked the ranch's inventory list to see whether anything was missing. And the list matches the items we found on the ranch exactly, and nothing but the saw had fresh blood on it.
Does Hyrule know about fingerprinting?
That does sound quite compelling. This must have been a truly terrifying scene.
Dying from a wound made by a weapon like that is extremely painful. This only helps prove the defendant's viciousness.
This rate, they're going to paint Malin as some heartless monster.
There is one more thing I feel I should mention for the sake of completeness. Shortly after we arrived at the ranch, a courier showed up to take some milk shipments.
Of course. Business must go on. Is this really necessary to enter to the evidence, though?
The shipments did end up leaving the ranch, so I feel it bears mentioning.
Were the contents checked before you let them go?
Naturally. Who do you take us for? Even though the worker handling the shipments did get quite worked up about it, we cracked all of the boxes open to check what was inside. In the end, it did turn out to only be milk bottles, so we let them through. Very well. Thank you for your thoroughness, detective. So, what happens now?
Well, this is where I step in and perform a cross-examination.
Oh, great. How does that work?
Huh?
Could you explain what you're going to be doing?
I can't get her to go over this again. No, there's no time. We gotta get to the cross-examination. Just watch. I'm sure you'll pick up on it. Sorry, but there's no time for that. We have to get started right away.
Oh, all right then. I'll just try my best to follow along. You know what you're doing.
I sure hope so. This might not be easy. I should just keep in mind that I can press the right C to skip through text. The feds is ready to cross-examine the witness.
Ha! A waste of time.
I sincerely hope you not imply that standard court procedure is a waste of time, Mr. Dragmire. In any case, we're ready, defense, and please begin the cross-examination.
Ganon's gonna update. I'm waiting for him to update the autopsy report. You know it's gonna come. Listen, man, I've only played Ace Apollo for like 5 minutes, so I have no clue how this works. I assume it's a logic puzzle. Yeah, it's basically logic puzzle. So what... Usually the way it works is you're going to be given a testimony from a witness like this. And you have to pick statements that contradict the evidence inside that we have in here. So if you find a statement that doesn't line up with the evidence, like it contradicts some aspect of it, like say someone says the murder weapon isn't the saw, well then you would present the saw, because the murder weapon is obviously the saw. That's what it says here. And then that's how you win the testimony, essentially. And that's pretty much the gist of the game. But it's always a good idea to also press your witnesses so you can get more information, because sometimes it can be useful there too. What makes you think she's the culprit?
She's just about to tell you. Keep quiet and listen.
Right. Sorry.
Indeed, as I was saying,
More confident comps than AA? Yeah, pretty much. This is like, Ganon feels like a mix between Blackquill and Von Karma from Ace Attorney 1. But also just like way ruder. Like he does not give a shit about anyone. Like somehow Ganon is more insane than Von Karma was. This is a real case, Ganon would have been yelled at like 90 times for Kevin Court. Dude, if this was a real case, like the entire court would have been thrown out in the first 30 seconds. They would have ended court. None of the rules apply in Phoenix Wright.
and just how did you do that? It's quite simple. There was no blood to be found anywhere else. Had the victim been attacked at some other location, we expect a trail of it leading to the scene.
Couldn't the killer just have cleaned it all up? On dirt?
Certainly not. The path to the ranch house at Lon Ranch is not paved in any way. Cleaning blood off the ground would require disturbing the soil. Naturally, we found nothing of the sort.
There'd have been enough time to pull that off anyway.
Likely true.
Right. Sounds like the location of the crime scene is pretty firm. I'm not giving up yet. Three people, you say?
I guess that would have to be Mr. Ingo.
Let me stop you before you start getting too excited. If you had listened to the rest of what the detective said, you know she mentioned an alibi.
Indeed. We're pretty certain that the ranch worker couldn't have been involved.
Well, what is this alibi then?
You might remember that I brought up some outgoing milk shipments? Well, the worker Ingo was in charge of them. He left the ranch house first thing in the morning and was busy preparing the shipments after that.
Is that so? Surely you could have gotten away from that one for a really quick one really quick little murder.
Bah, this would be just a quick little murder, as you so crudely put it. He'd have taken steps to hide his involvement too. There was definitely not enough time for that.
Unfortunately, I agree. Preparing a shipment is a lot of work. You have to milk all the cows, clean all the bottles, pour all the milk into them, and arrange them all into crates, and finally load it all up onto a wagon. Usually I had to do it together with Father to finish before the courier arrived. Shipments were already ready when we arrived at the ranch. When we checked the boxes, they were all fully loaded with filled milk bottles.
So this Ingo was able to do the work of two people on his own? Isn't that a bit odd?
Odd or not, he evidently did just that. Clearly he's a man dedicated to his job. Or perhaps the girl and her father were just very inefficient.
This whole thing seems awfully suspicious if you ask me, but I guess I have nothing to dispute it with. If this was a real case, they would have arrested Ganon. So apparently in this world, Ocarina of Time never happened. Link and Ganon were just attorneys, nothing more. There never was an Ocarina of Time. Malin fainted.
Correct. We couldn't get her to wake for a long time. Evidently, we've decided to administer a healing fairy so she could be questioned.
I guess finding the body was just that much of a shock, huh?
Probably just pretending, trying to make it look like she had merely found the body.
In any event,
Usually had to do with Father in reference to a shipment. Why did Ingo do it this one time? Exactly! No, Ingo is like 100% guilty. I will be so shocked if he ends up being innocent. Like, who else could even do it? What other characters are present in Ocarina of Time that could have killed this random farm worker?
Furthermore, she was holding a weapon. Without a doubt, that's what was used to kill the victim.
And how can you be so sure of this?
Look at the autopsy report.
Deep irregular wound made with a sharp metal object.
A saw was the only sharp implement in the ranch house that could produce such a wound. And, as I've already mentioned, we also looked closely at all other sharp things on the ranch. None had recent blood on them.
That still doesn't necessarily mean the saw was the murder weapon. Maybe the real culprit hid the real one.
Oh yeah? Prove it then. Show us the real murder weapon.
Well, I definitely don't have any way to do that. Still, something bothers me about that saw.
So, you have nothing? What a waste of time.
Yeah, she sure is. We've known each other for years.
Yet she murdered her father in cold blood. How curious. Perhaps you're just bad judges of character, both of you.
No way. Just give me some time and I'm gonna prove it.
Do you see anything wrong yet?
Well, usually it's difficult to find anything wrong with the basic facts of the case. And that said, I do think I saw one small thing.
Really? That's great.
Sure is, because I've got to poke all the holes I can find before the princess gets here. Secretly a Poe did it? Man, okay, if we're bringing spirit channeling into this version of Phoenix Wright... See, you joke about that, Canadian Egg. Funny you should mention spirits, though. Because Phoenix Wright is all about spirits. My money is on Ingo's clones and Majora's Mask. Interdimensional Ingo comes and kills Malin of the Ocarina of Time universe. Okay, I want to check some of these pieces of evidence since we haven't looked at them yet. Alright. Oh, whoa, there's like actual graphics and shit. Doesn't really tell us a whole lot. Apparently, so they checked all the sharp objects, and there was no blood on them, but I was like thinking like, okay, maybe something else in here will say it has blood on it for some reason. I don't know what in here would have blood. Some orders of milk that left the ranch a little while after the crime. Supposed murder weapon found in Malin's hands, clean of blood. Oh, this one's just, okay, it's apparently clean of blood. Okay, then that's clearly it. Holding a weapon without that, that's what was used to kill the victim. Oh good, even like they have the little details of like the music stopping to know that you're correct. That's very important. Huh. This seems like a fairly large oversight. I just want to make sure of something. The state of the saw is currently in is how you found it at the crime scene?
That's correct.
That's strange. Considering how much the victim bled out and how deep his wound was. Why is there no blood on the supposed murder weapon?
Ah, is that all you have?
Huh?
Naturally, the prosecution has an explanation for why the saw is clean. Behold, this cloth was found in the defendant's other hand. As you can plainly see, it is stained with blood. The defendant simply wiped the murder weapon in a futile attempt to hide her involvement.
If Malin was trying to hide her involvement, why didn't she just leave the crime scene?
Obviously, she was trying to hide the body before the royal visitation arrived at the ranch. Unfortunately for her, it just so happened that the delegation arrived quite a bit earlier than scheduled. In a panic, she quickly wiped the saw off and pretended to faint to make it look like she just stumbled upon the scene.
Young lady, things are not looking very good for you right now. The court accepts the bloodied cloth into evidence.
I love how Link doesn't yell objection, but just yells, yeah. Well, they have to translate the Hylian into English here. Like, you see the text on screen, right? It's not even Japanese, they just use Hylian, which is pretty neat. So, what's the story with this cloth?
Well, As I was doing a final check around the ranch, I noticed that part of the fence around the horse paddock was damaged. Not entirely sure when that happened, but sometimes one of the horses just gets a bit too rowdy, you know?
Right.
Anyway, I didn't want to bother Mr. Ingo about it, so I tried to cut up a new rail by myself to patch it up. But then the saw slipped and I cut my hand open.
Oh, goddesses, are you okay?
Well, it wasn't that bad. It did bleed quite a lot, though, so I used that cloth to quickly bandage the wound. I was actually going into the ranch house to ask Father to help me with the fence.
Wait, so your hand should still be injured? Can we not use that as evidence? This only happened yesterday, after all.
A likely story. Impossible to verify now, of course. The Sheikah Force had to use a ferry on the defendant to get her over supposed conscious.
Oh, right. They healed her. Even if it was indirect and accidental.
I do have to give her some credit. She is one cunning woman. She knew that she would explain a sudden lack of any wound on her hand.
Oh, why yes, fairies are wonderful. Just the other day I slapped my hand with the gavel and one took the pain off immediately.
Great. Glad to know they're used for such important things. But dang it. Too bad there's no way to tell whose blood is on the cloth. If only there was, like, some sort of tests people could perform to figure out whose blood is on cloths and other objects. Some way to identify the origin of biological fluids. We just don't have that technology yet, I guess.
I do believe this matter has been settled. I'm ready to call my next witness.
Uh-oh. Is that all I can get out of her?
You've served your purpose, Sheikah. Begone!
Fine. But you had best treat Her Highness with respect, or I'll see to it that you spend the night in the dungeons.
Do not presume to threaten me, Sheikah. A night of darkness and solitude would be nothing but comfort for me.
Is that so? Then perhaps we should fill the dungeons with lit candles for the occasion.
They're glaring daggers at each other. If this doesn't end soon, we're all in trouble. Yeah, one of them's holding a real dagger, so you know it's bad. Hellions lack forensics but can perform full autopsies. That's a good point. We've got autopsy reports, but fingerprints and DNA samples? Nah, none of that stuff.
I'm sure we'll treat the princess with utmost respect. You may step down now, detective.
Can you imagine this is GAA tech? Oh, is that what that's gonna be like? There's also no fingerprinting there? That makes sense. Yeah, because fingerprinting, when was fingerprinting invented? That wasn't like a thing until early 20th century, wasn't it?
This case has already made me weary with all the pointless jabber. The time is ripe to deal the final blow. I call Her Highness, Princess Zelda of Hyrule, to the sand.
Yeah, because I remember playing L.A. Noire, which is a very good detective game. And that's like 1940s, and there was no fingerprinting there either. I don't think it was like as widespread, even by that point.
Is something the matter? Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Your Highness, I believe we're all just a bit uncertain on how to proceed. It is quite the honor to have such an esteemed guest in these halls.
Ah. In the face of the law, the princess is no different from a peasant. Name and occupation, now.
The prosecution will behave. I will not have any derogatory statements directed at the princess.
Derogatory? I simply wish not to waste any more time. You must employ proper procedure.
Oh man.
It is all right, detective. I believe the prosecution does have a point. In the eyes of the law, we are all equals. Understand, I am just another witness. I should not be getting any special treatment.
Very admirable, Your Highness. We can all rest easy knowing that Hyrule is destined to have such a wise monarch in its future. Yes, indeed.
Is he talking about her or himself?
I eagerly await the day when our next ruler takes the throne and reshapes the kingdom in their image.
You flatter me, Prosecutor. Now then, I believe I was asked for my name and occupation. I am Zelda, current Princess of Hyrule and heir apparent to the throne. Marvelous, Your Highness. Before we begin, I would just like to know, why were you at Lon Lon Ranch to witness this terrible incident? It is simple, really. Lon Lon Ranch is Hyrule Castletown's biggest food supplier. Not only that, but the ranch also equips Hyrule's royal guard with the finest of horses. Every year, the royal family makes a visit as a gesture of goodwill and to ensure the quality of the steeds.
Wow, I didn't know your horses were used by the royal guard.
Yep. We work hard every year to make sure they're in the best possible condition. Father loved to boast about it to the other ranchers.
Knowing Talon, I'm sure he did.
Fortunate that the ranch may no longer meet the crown's high standards under new management.
Apparently, from what I could find, 1858 was the first time someone used fingerprints for identification purposes. Used by some shopkeep to catch thieves. Really? So then they probably could have had fingerprinting in Great Ace Attorney then, maybe. Although apparently ancient civilizations use them as identification signatures. Yeah, I've heard of that too. Like, they would actually, like, press their fingers into things. Like, they knew the significance of a fingerprint to that degree. Yeah, 1858 though. I don't know, there's a good chance that Great Ace Attorney could use it then, because Meiji is, like, late 19th century, so... It's possible. I mean, plus it's in Britain, too. I believe the game does take place in the UK. So it's very likely. Maybe we will see fingerprinting after all. Definitely not DNA samples, though. I don't think that's going to be a thing.
The royal family has a backup, I trust.
We are looking for one. Naturally, those standards are quite high. Yes, yes, of course. Now then, please describe what you saw on the day of the incident. Very well. Here I go. I arrived at Lon Lon Ranch a little after 8 AM, accompanied by my royal guards. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was, and there was nobody there to welcome us. I could sense that something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. The room was mostly empty, and there was a table with some kind of crystal bottle on top of it. But in front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiling. The defendant hacked at the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. I was overcome with fear and I screamed. I'll never forget what I saw on that day. I heard that Talon and his daughter were incredibly kind. I could not believe she would commit such horrible violence.
So she actually saw it happen, eh?
Oh my, you saw the very moment the victim was killed?
There you go. Decisive testimony. As there is no need to doubt the princess's statement, I call for the judge to make a ruling right away.
Hayden, hey, hold on. I didn't get to cross-examine the witness yet.
You haven't, fool, because there is no need. Did you not hear one word of what I said?
Didn't you just say that we should follow all the procedures and treat the princess like any other witness? This is the defense's right.
You complete.
I believe the defense has a point. They do have every right to perform a cross-examination, no matter who is testifying. I was quite looking forward to this part myself. I've only ever read about court proceedings in the Royal Library. That being said, I will not tolerate any reckless accusations towards the princess. Is that clear?
Naturally, Your Honor. How am I going to cross-examine the princess? This isn't going to end well.
What's gone into the prosecutor? That seemed like a rather intense outburst.
Well, I do have a guess.
Oh?
Because of the princess's status, it's possible that Jagmar didn't have an opportunity to discuss her testimony with her. That might mean that this testimony is a surprise even to him. This could be my chance. Alright, so we all think Ingo did it, right? What's the chances of Ganon doing it somehow? I mean, he is Ganondorf. And it wouldn't be the first time the prosecutor's been guilty.
Before I begin, there is just one thing that caught my attention. I believe the princess mentioned seeing some kind of glass bottle at the crime scene.
That would be this, I presume.
Oh yes, that's exactly it.
What is that?
Oh, this is the bottle of perfume that father intended to give to Her Highness when she arrived. He quickly rode out to town to get it at the last moment. We didn't know that the princess was coming instead of the king until only about 2 hours before the visitation. Oh, how thoughtful. He really did not need to bother himself, sir.
As fascinating as this all is, the prosecution doesn't believe it's relevant to the case.
Excuse me, that is getting submitted as evidence. It's good to have a full picture of the crime scene. The defense requests the bottle be accepted into evidence.
Desperate to latch onto every little thing, are you? Whatever. You can add it to the evidence if it'll make you happy. No skin off my teeth.
In that case, the court accepts the bottle into evidence.
Secretly, Raru did it? You mean the judge? Okay, that would be pretty funny if it was the judge somehow. That would be one hell of a twist. Because I don't think we'll ever get the judge guilty in an actual Phoenix Wright game, so I would love if this was the one. This would be perfect opportunity for it too. No questions why Ganon is just hiding evidence until it helps his case. This is like the second time he's done it. Yeah, I mean, okay, so I don't know if you were here for the intro, but Ganon was also interfering with Link's ability to talk to his client, like throughout the entire investigation. Was even holding his client, quote-unquote, hostage in the prosecution lounge to talk to her about nothing in particular, just so that Link didn't have any time even before the trial today. So he was doing everything in his power to make Link's job as shitty as possible. He was, if anything, he really should be held in contempt of court for that. But clearly he has an ulterior motive.
Now then, defense, begin your cross-examination.
Whoa, 7 on this one, holy shit. Phoenix Wright games usually never go up to 7 statements. If these guards were with Her Highness, why were they not called as witnesses?
We did question the guards, naturally. Apparently, they didn't get to see anything relevant.
I was the only one to enter the crime scene. After seeing what was inside, I stood guard and insisted that no one be allowed inside until the Sheikah force arrived. I have read that preserving the scene is vital.
Quite correct.
I'm sure the guards were absolutely thrilled with this order.
Please proceed, witness.
Have you conducted these royal visitations in the past, Your Highness?
No, this was my first one. Up until last year, my father was always the one to visit Lon Lon Ranch. However, he decided I had to start preparing for all the royal duties that awaited me. And so I was the one to do it this time.
You will doubtlessly perform admirably as ruler when the time comes.
What happened when you got to the ranch house? Why is gonna be such a kiss up to the fucking princess here? Is this just all part of his ploy to take over, like he's supposed to? And what then?
Stop interrupting and let her get to the point.
Defense. I believe it was clear about not badgering the witness.
You know what I just noticed? We don't have any health in this one. I mean, at the end of the day, the health bar was always kind of an unnecessary aspect of the games. It never did anything, because if you game over, you just started again right where you left off and nothing happened. But I just noticed that was something they didn't think of putting in. Probably for that reason.
Drat, need to calm down.
So if we get it wrong, we can just keep trying again and again, which is kind of nice. You paid attention to something like that after seeing a murder princess?
Well, I spent a rather long time in there waiting for the Sheikah force to arrive. Plus, that bottle is quite beautiful. It just stood out.
You were there at the exact time of the murder, Your Highness?
That's correct.
What if Zelda did it? Like, she was there at the exact moment of the murder. And all she could say is that she just saw the murder and didn't commit it herself? I wonder if she did it.
It's impossible. You're lying. The defendant will curb her outbursts. You're addressing royalty.
Yeah, see, no one's gonna... This is perfect. Zelda has the perfect alibi because she's the princess. No one is going to believe that she committed the crime. What they know about these games are objection and that one of them has some clown girl. The details gone from pressing statements always used for some red herrings. So pressing is usually just... It's usually just flavor text at the end of the day. The times when it can be useful is times like this, when pressing gives you like a series of choices that you can pick from, because that usually leads to something. I could accuse Zelda of the crime right here and now. And some other times it will add new statements to the testimony, and those ones that are added, 9 out of 10 times are the ones that you need to present evidence on, because you had to unlock them. But each game does something a little different with the pressing, each case does. Depends on the witness and everything, but usually it's just flavor text, and as part of the stream I like going through all of the press statements because they can be kind of funny sometimes, but sometimes they can give hints, but honestly you could probably get all the information you need, unless the pressing is required to like unlock a new statement or to like do a different sort of action. If it's just like a basic testimony, you could just go ahead and present the evidence right off the bat if you know which one. You don't have to press. It doesn't really do anything important most of the time. Let's not jump to that conclusion just yet. I don't think anyone's gonna believe us at this point, and I don't even know if we have any way of proving that she could possibly do it, so let's just ask about the crime scene. Where were the victim and the defendant at this time?
The ranch owner was in front of a little table that's directly across the entrance door. The defendant was right in front of him and quickly fainted after her attack. A large pool of blood started forming where the victim was. I had a rather good view of the whole scene.
Right. This is gonna be just like Phoenix Wright 1-1. You know, the key witness saw everything happen, and we're gonna slowly pick away at her statements and prove that she was in fact actually the perpetrator and not just a witness.
It is as unfortunate as it is fortunate that you could see the whole thing in such detail. Now, please continue.
One of them had some clown girl? I mean, there is always the circus case in Ace Attorney 2, but there was no clown girl in that one. Which one had the clown girl? Was that 4? That was Apollo Justice, right? Hot Pink, that might be from Game 6. Me and Corey's the same yet. I thought there was a clown in Apollo Justice that we saw, maybe. She's from Spirit Justice. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the one we're gonna start playing next week. I haven't seen that one yet, yeah. Ask about what was outside. I'm gonna accuse her of the crime. I want to see where that goes. Are you sure there wasn't anyone else at the ranch, Your Highness?
No, the place looked empty. Although I did later see a worker pull up a loaded wagon when the courier came asking about milk shipments. He caused a little bit of a scene when the Sheikah Force started inspecting it. That worker must have been somewhere else on the ranch, I suppose.
The ranch is pretty large. Said worker was inside a building on the other side. It's quite understandable she wouldn't have seen him until later.
Trance really doesn't give me a whole lot to work with. Are we doing it? Are we doing it? Are we ready to accuse the princess of murder? I'm gonna go for it. Well, how bad could this possibly be? I should probably save state just in case, but I'm accusing Zelda of the crime. Well, if you were there alone, how can we know you didn't do it?
Accusing the princess? Pathetic. The defense is truly grasping at straws. You fool! You think a child could overpower a grown adult? One who does hard manual labor every day?
And she used magic or something.
And besides, why would the princess even want to take the life of a measly ranch owner? And not just any ranch owner, one that the crown had the most successful business relationship with. Idiotic. Simply idiotic.
Well, maybe the crown wanted the ranch for themselves.
Has the defense lost their mind? Cease this line of questioning immediately.
There's a penalty will disabuse the defense from further unsubstantiated accusations.
Oh, there is health. I'm just surprised we haven't, like, triggered it yet for any reason.
No? Perhaps the defense wants to bid farewell to their head? I hear traitors are dealt with swiftly these days.
I extend my most sincere apologies. I don't know what came over me.
Nonetheless, I believe a penalty is still very much warranted.
Well, that was a stupid thing to say. There is definitely something off about her statement, though. Nah, we'll leave it be for now. Yeah, how many are there? Yeah, there's like a bunch of Ace Attorney games. If you're curious to see more of them, I have like playthroughs of pretty much every game now up until Spirit of Justice on the channel. The only ones I haven't played yet are, of course, Spirit of Justice and the two great Ace Attorney games, but we'll be getting to those eventually. Are you sure you got a good look then, Your Highness? You didn't look away in panic.
The princess was very brave to take control of the situation the way she did. There was no need to doubt what she saw.
Ah, yes, I suppose what she did was admirable.
If only we had arrived earlier. Your Highness, don't blame yourself for this. If you'd arrived earlier, you could have been the one that got attacked.
Huh. So you would have to lash out at anyone trying to stop you, huh? Despicable.
That's not what she meant, and you know it. Princess, please go on.
Very well.
Trust your heart, Your Highness. You know Malin didn't do this.
What nonsense. Her heart. What do her organs have to do with anything? Oh, of course. Evidence and testimony be damned just because we feel the defendant must be innocent.
Oh, well, if you're sure, then I declare today's verdict.
Have you gone senile, old man? It was a joke, much like the arguments the defense has been presenting.
I can't believe the princess would lie like this.
Yeah, it really is shocking.
You don't believe her, right?
Even if she's the princess, that means nothing.
I didn't do it.
Trust authority or your best friend. I'll need something very concrete to disprove what the princess is saying. Okay, we checked all the statements then? Yeah, looks like it. I kinda like that. It shows you if you pressed the statement or not yet. Alright, let's see what we have here. I arrived at Lon Ranch a little after 8 AM, accompanied by my loyal guards. Okay, where's the autopsy report? I want to see that for a second. Deep, irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. Victim died from a loss of blood no later than 8 AM. So she's saying that she arrived a little after 8 and saw the crime in action, but this autopsy report implies that the victim should have already been long dead by that point. Remember being surprised at how quiet everything was? There's nobody there to welcome us. Could sense something was wrong, opened the door to a ranch house and went inside. Room was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle on it. But in front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiling. The defendant hacked the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. So I'm thinking either 1 or 5 here is the correct statement. And we use the autopsy report because I think the whole point here is that she couldn't have seen the crime unfolding because one of these two statements are contradicting each other. She arrived after 8, and yet somehow saw a crime that took place before 8. I was overcome with fear and I screamed. I'll never forget what I saw that day.
I heard that Talon and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe she would commit such horrible violence. Or we play up the sympathy card, and I present the picture of them being all happy with each other. Because maybe that's where we go with this. There's a number of ways we could do things here. We do have profiles. I don't know. We can present profiles, apparently. Wasn't Malin also passed out when she was found at 8? How could that she have been caught doing it? Exactly. So I don't know if we can... Wait, was that in her profile, maybe? No. Okay. I don't know if we have any piece of evidence that straight up says that she was knocked out, unfortunately. Yeah, just other stuff. Nothing saying she was, fainted. Alright, I'm gonna try... This one specifically mentions the time, so if it was gonna be either of them, I feel like it's more likely to be this one. Oh, that was it. Your Honor, Your Highness, I believe I found something that doesn't quite match up with the facts.
How dare you question the princess?
You will let the defense speak, prosecutor. I think I see why he so desperately wanted to prevent this cross-examination now. Your Highness, you stated that you arrived at the ranch shortly after 8 a.m., correct? Yes, the visit was scheduled for 8:30 exactly, but we were quite a bit early. I see. Well, that makes something you mentioned quite impossible. As stated by the autopsy report, the victim definitely died before 8 a.m. You couldn't have seen the defendant attack the ranch owner when you arrived, because the victim was already dead by then. Order! Order! Yes, you've really caught her in a lie. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? While I wholeheartedly respect and serve the crown, I will nonetheless not tolerate lies in my court. I have not lied. I suppose I did not see the exact moment it happened. I guess I only thought I did. Princess, this is a matter of life and death. I definitely saw the defendant there, though, along with the body. There's no one else who could have done it. I remember all of the other details correctly. The body's on the floor, the pool of blood. You have to believe me. Perhaps it would be best if Her Highness revises her testimony. That's not good. There's still not enough doubt to overturn this testimony. I'll have to find something else, or this case will be over. You mentioned that a fairy was used to wake her up, but I guess only evidence can be used? Yeah, we can only use evidence. So anything inside the court record, that's what we can present. In some Phoenix Wright games, you can also present characters involved in the case as well. Like, this one apparently is keeping that feature. Dual Destinies did not have that feature, unfortunately. And neither did Apollo, did it? Apollo also didn't let you present witnesses and other people. I'm sorry for embellishing the truth a little bit. I did not see the actual moment of the attack, but it had to have happened shortly before I went into the ranch house. Miss Malin and her father were the only ones on the scene of the crime, so she must be the culprit. I see. You only saw the aftermath of the scene, but not the actual crime being committed. Very well. Hopefully there are no issues in your testimony this time. Defense, it's time for your cross-examination. Naturally, Your Honor. Ekmar still looks pretty angry. I bet he didn't expect such a blatant contradiction to pop up. If I could just find another one like that, the princess's testimony would become completely untrustworthy in the eyes of the judge. Why did you do that, Your Highness? There's a life on the line here. I really am sorry. I suppose I got a bit too excited about being a witness in an actual murder trial. Really now? Most people hate testifying. Yes, well, The life of a princess is rather boring, you know. This is quite the break from the routine for me.
Should just get a hobby then. A hobby fucking around with murder trials. Sounds like a great hobby. In that case, it can't be conclusively proven that the defendant did it.
Defense, did you exhaust your singular brain cell in that last contradiction you found? There's a Death Mountain's worth of evidence pointing to the defendant. Just because no one saw the actual moment of the crime doesn't mean anyone else could have done it.
I don't know, I see at least 2 people in this room right now that could have done it. 3 if you count the judge. I think you're making a death mountain out of a death molehill. How can you be so sure of that, princess?
Well, when I entered the ranch house, the victim still had the murder weapon embedded into his body.
What?
It's obvious what that means, is it not? The killer did not even have enough time to try and hide the weapon. Yes, I might not have seen the actual murder firsthand, but I must have been very close to doing so. Oh my, this seems like a very important detail. I think it would be advisable if Her Highness said to amend her testimony. Certainly, Your Honor.
See, that's what pressing can do sometimes. Interesting. Beckmar certainly doesn't look very happy about this development. Thinking about it, I might just know why. Yeah, that contradicts a number of facts that we've known up to this point. Doesn't necessarily mean that my client was the one to do it, though. What if someone else snuck in before Malin and the princess arrived?
Well, I suppose.
Lonrun Ranch is surrounded by high walls, and the only way in is through a self-locking gate. Not very many people have a key to that gate, just the personnel and the crowd.
Well, someone could have forced their way in.
But if you wish to propose such a possibility, you must substantiate it with evidence. Do you have any proof that another person showed up at the ranch house before the princess?
Do I? I don't know, do we? It's equipment on the ranch. There's no time there, though. We know that the milk shipment happened, but that was after the crime. Found clutched by Malin at the crime scene, supposedly swept the saw clean. You have proof that another person showed up at the ranch house before the princess. Well, Malin was there. so was Talon. I don't think we do we? Is this case called What I Actually Saw? Is that play on what the murder weapon was? No. I don't think it is it? I mean, What I Actually Saw is like a pretty common name for revised testimonies from witnesses in Phoenix, right, though? It's pretty common that the witness will just be like, oh, I simply forgot a detail, or, oh, I guess I misremembered this one important part here. Let me revise my testimony and tell you what actually happened this time. I was just so excited, you know? Had to lie at least once, you know, for the drama. Some of them actually admit to doing that, and nobody gives a shit at that point. Judging by Princess Toadstool half the time you're kidnapped anyway. When does Ganon use any of these animations in the base game? Kudos that they make. This is all custom. Like, that's the thing. Everything here is custom. These models are probably, like, vaguely based on the actual OOT models. Link is way too high quality. So is Ganon. Because you barely ever see Ganon in the game. The Zelda model's new. The Malin model's new. Everything here is new. This is what I'm telling you. Like, the newer team, they put a ton of custom work into their mods. So, anything from them is, like, definitely worth a play. I don't know. I don't think we do. I don't. I'm going to leave it off for now. I feel like we might have to come back to this, but I'm not sure. I don't have anything of the sort. There must be another angle I can attack this from.
Very well, witness. Since the defense has wisely chosen to stay silent, please continue your testimony.
We know which one we need to present on anyways because we found it with press. Are you sure Malin was the only person there other than the victim? From what I recall, there's an upstairs room at the ranch house. What if someone was hiding there?
Don't be stupid, Defense. If someone was hiding up there, the Sheikah force would have found them.
I stood guard at the door the entire time. No one could have left.
What if they jumped out a window?
Do not be ridiculous. Those windows are very high up. Actually, those windows can't even be opened. They'd have to break one to leave.
Right. I'm guessing none of them are broken. Well, this is a little more plausible than the last testimony she gave.
Yes, I suppose it matches the detective's account, doesn't it?
Still, I feel like something here sticks out like a sore thumb. Okay, which was the added statement? Murder weapon was still stuck into the victim's body after all. Yeah, that one there. Found in Malin's hands. That's an easy one to contradict. I believe I found another reason to doubt the witness's words. It seems the prosecution sees what I'm getting at here. There was a bloodied cloth discovered at the scene of the crime. The prosecution has argued before that it was used to wipe the saw clean. If the princess saw the saw lodged in the Talon's body, and the crime scene was left intact, then it could have been wiped. Well, Prosecutor Dragmar, care to explain?
This is most perplexing. Your Highness, are you sure that's what you saw?
We're catching her in, like, multiple lies here. She's gotta be the murderer.
Well, maybe the princess decided to pull the saw out in a valiant yet futile attempt to save the victim.
And then wipe the blade clean?
That would be almost like framing the defendant. Of course I did no such thing. I made sure the crime scene stayed intact.
So she says.
I guess I must have made up the memory about the saw sticking out of Mr. Talon as well.
Well, you're just really good at making shit up, aren't you? Is that really helping your credibility here?
You idiotic girl! Do you even realize what you've done through your bumbling?
I am sorry. I was just so excited to stand as a witness in court just this once. Whenever I tried telling my father about anything, he always seemed so disinterested. Just this once, I wanted to feel listened to. The defendant, it is clear that she did it. I just wanted to play a larger part in her capture.
By lying in court?
I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you all. Your Highness, the court is no place for silly games. As it stands, I'm afraid we will have to strike your statements from the court record completely.
Yes, I did it. Prosecution lost a key witness.
No, please wait. I have more to say. I was wrong about the crime scene, but I still have not testified about what I saw afterwards.
Bah! Why would we care about that? It's best that you leave and stop damaging my case with your idiocy.
Even if you're not interested in my words, you might be interested in the evidence I found.
What?
Evidence?
Of course. While the Sheikah force investigated inside the ranch house, I looked around the rest of the ranch on my own.
Sheikah, did you know about this?
Of course I did. You did?
I'll have your head for this.
Order! Order! What is the meaning of this, detective? Why have you withheld this from the court? It's quite simple. The princess specifically requested to present her finding on her own.
What? And you agreed to this? This court is not some playground where children decide when evidence should be presented just because they have a crown.
He's being rude about it, but I can't help but agree with Dragmire in this one. Also, I don't really buy this story. There's no way Impa would have allowed this.
Believe me, I wasn't thrilled with the request either. However, after seeing the evidence in question, I didn't think it would be all that important to the case.
What if they're in cahoots? What if Impa helped Zelda kill Talon?
Thus, I let the princess have her fun. This is highly, highly irregular. I'm not sure how to feel about this. Prosecutor?
Naturally object to this nonsense. If the detective thinks it's irrelevant, then this is probably just a waste of time. All the evidence points to the defendant. It's still clear she did it, even without a witness at the scene.
I see. Defense? What do we do?
If we object to presenting the evidence, then Dragmire loses his key witness. Plus, whatever the princess presents could be bad for our case, too.
So we should agree with the prosecution?
Well, on the other hand, we don't really have much to go on. This could be our only lead left.
Well, don't keep us waiting. Surely you won't throw away all the progress you've made thus far.
No, we're requesting the evidence. I really hope this is the right choice. The defense requests that the evidence be presented.
What?
While I agree that the situation is irregular, we should still examine all evidence available. It would be silly to dismiss it as irrelevant without even seeing what it is.
I do believe you have a point, defense. However, I must warn you, in order to admit this piece of evidence into the court record, the princess's statement that she found it must be admitted as testimony, along with everything else she might say.
Yes, Your Honor. I am well aware. The defense wishes to give the princess just one more chance.
Of all the idiotic, foolish...
Order. Very well, then. Your Highness, please testify once more about the new piece of evidence you found during your own investigation. Thank you. I will not let you down this time. I promise.
Princess should understand the gravity of the situation at hand now. I just hope this new evidence isn't damaging to our case. What is this new evidence?
I wish to express my most heartfelt apologies for my mistakes in the earlier testimony. Upon entering the ranch house, I saw the defendant passed out in front of the victim, who was bleeding out. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until the Sheikah force arrived. Once the Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to stop and see where it was coming from. I followed the scent and found a burned out fire nearby and a small, nearly empty bottle of lamp oil. I, of course, took the bottle straight to the head detective. And here it is. The oil bottle I found.
I love that shit-eating grin on Ganon.
Is something wrong?
Oh no, this might actually be completely irrelevant.
Yes, well,
Of course there is, foolish girl. This has nothing to do with anything. Your great finding is some random fire on a ranch? Please. What next? Are you going to declare every rake on the premises suspicious?
well, The prosecution will calm down.
This is bad. Your Honor, despite the fact that this evidence might not seem to add anything at the moment, the defense still asserts its right to cross-examination. Some straws have to be grasped.
Why must you insist on this charade, defense? The princess has merely recounted the same view of the crime scene as the head detective. You haven't been able to find any contradictions in her statements.
I believe there might be a way to tie the princess's new evidence into the case.
Ridiculous.
Regardless of what the prosecution thinks, the defense does have a right to cross-examine. The court admits the oil bottle into evidence. I just really hope this isn't a complete waste of time, defense. And for both your own sake and your clients. So how is this oil going to be relevant? These are some, like, long... Well, holy shit, the immediate...
There's no need to press the princess on her apology. You already wasted a chance to throw out her testimony.
Yes, defense, please get to the point. Yikes. Just immediate shutdown. Was there anything else in the room? Only the beautiful little crystal bottle I mentioned before. The house was rather barren. Most of our things are on the top floor since the downstairs room is mostly used for ranch business these days. And the occasional game. Ah, of course. Dad's famous Kuko game. Ah, the good old days.
Is the defense done reminiscing? There will be plenty of time to do that when the defendant's behind bars.
I was just trying to distract myself from the fact that there's nothing to latch onto here. Did anything happen during that time? No, not that I recall. The guards did occasionally protest to ask me to let them take over, but I held my stance. Yeah, because you were trying to cover up evidence that you did it, weren't you?
Well, commendable in theory, staying in the same room as a dangerous killer isn't very wise.
You're right, so I hope that anyone who was in the same room as Zelda got the fuck out of there.
What if she woke up and lashed out at you?
Sweet, highly up above. That thought did not occur to me.
Of course not. Foolish girl.
But the guards did stand close by. I would have been safe.
Wonderful to see how much faith our princess has in our royal guard.
Yes, of course I do. In any case. You didn't just go home? The royal visitation was supposed to last a lot longer. My father was not expecting us back at the castle until much later. I came to the ranch to examine the horses, so I suppose I could at least do that in the meantime. How long did it take the Sheikah to arrive at the scene? It does not take very long to make the trip from Hyrule Castle Town to London Ranch. I cannot imagine it was more than 20 minutes. That is pretty fast. Although I imagine the fact that the princess was involved helped speed things up.
Slowpokes. I would be there in half that time. Running backwards, even.
That's a good reference if that is meant to be one. I like that.
I suppose it's no surprise, though. Hylian horses are naturally inferior to our fine Gerudo steeds.
Actually, if he was running backwards, he would find that using a horse is actually slower. Just don't bother. He's trying to rile you up. I love this music too. Like, it sounds like it would belong in a Zelda game. I know it's using the sound font obviously from the game, but it's done in such a way that it really feels like it fits. What was the smell like? Oh, it was awful. A really terrible stench.
And surely you don't mean to say that you found the smell of horse manure suspicious?
Do not be ridiculous. The smell was not coming from the horses. A fire, huh?
Now, let me remind you, defense, that there's any number of reasons why a fire could have been there. You can still feel the cold grasp of death early in the morn.
Princess, how long would you estimate the fire to have been out before you found it? Ah, right. There was still smoke rising out of the ashes, so it must have been put out recently. So around the time of the crime.
So someone prepared their breakfast there. I repeat, this fire is irrelevant.
I think he's realized the same thing I did. Well, who was it? Who could have had that fire anyway?
It would have to have been the branch worker who's putting the milk shipments together at the time. It was almost certainly him. If you really want to ask about his little barbecue, you might just get your wish soon.
Doesn't sound like it was a very appetizing. But without anything concrete to pin him on, well, he'll just have to be able to brush it off. Right, and she allowed you to present it?
Well, I was the one to find it, and since I was going to the trial anyway...
Utter ridiculousness!
Yes. Please make this the last time you do something like this, Your Highness. Proper procedure exists for a reason. Yes, I understand. Defense, I believe that is enough. It doesn't seem like you're getting any closer to finding a connection between this fire and the crime at all.
No, I suppose not, Your Honor.
Naturally. I've said this was a waste of time from the beginning.
In that case, this cross-examination is over. Thank you for your time, Your Highness. I assume you have no more revelations to share with us? No, I do not. I really thought the fire would be important.
Leave my sight.
Enough. Your Highness, if you'd allow me to escort you back to Hyrule Castle. Very well.
Now that the princess's little game is over, we should move this along. The prosecution stance is still the same, of course. We maintain that the evidence on its own is enough to convict the defendant.
Even though that we've put, like, how many holes into the evidence up to this point? Or are you just not going to believe any of the witnesses that you've called to the stand?
I do believe I am nearly ready to hand down my verdict.
But, Your Honor, there's nothing that definitively shows that Malin committed the crime. This is all circumstantial. There's no way she could kill her own father.
That is an excellent point, defense. The prosecution is yet to elaborate on the defendant's motive. Matricide is not something a person commits lightly.
I did briefly touch on the subject during my opening statement.
If you can even call it that.
But naturally, the prosecution is fully prepared to elaborate on the matter. I would like to call my third witness.
It has to be the ranch worker. Alright, traditionally, the third witness is highly likely to be the suspect. Now that said, not always the suspect, just highly likely. Because if it's not him, then it's definitely Zelda. I thought you said you were already prepared. Maybe he wants to double check that his new witness won't pull anything weird like the princess did.
Very well. I do believe a break would benefit us all. The court will reconvene after a 15-minute recess. The court is adjourned.
Man, the quality of this Romhack has been impeccable up to this point. Like, it feels like the perfect mix between classic Phoenix Wright and the 3D ones. Like, they took a lot of inspiration and ideas from the 3D ones in terms of presentation and animation, but it feels closer in writing to, like, one of the earlier 2D games.
It's not going all that well, is it?
No, I think that went about as well as it could have, actually, given the circumstances. We exposed the worst of the princess's testimony as untrue.
Can't believe she just makes stuff up like that.
Yeah, that was surprising. Still, the issue is that we didn't manage to shake the core of the argument. If only there was anyone else in that house. Detective, aren't you supposed to be escorting the princess back?
The carriage is being prepared. I thought I'd drop by in the meantime. You've really managed to make Dragmire furious, you know.
I have?
If you listen carefully, you might just be able to hear him ranting over in the prosecutor's lobby. Ah. He's really given his upcoming witness a grilling, expecting him to try to shut you down as fast as he can.
Well, that would be worrying if I had anything he could shut down in the first place, I guess.
Oh, but you do.
What do you mean?
Oh, come on now. I'm talking about the princess's grand discovery, of course.
The fire? I wasn't able to do anything with that. You really think that's relevant?
Don't get me wrong. At present, I'm convinced the girl did it. We investigated and came to this conclusion for a reason. But I am willing to explore every possibility. That fire is definitely a bit strange, and I dare say it may be your only way out of this. If I may be so bold, I think you should press to the next witness on that topic. Hard. As the only other person working on the ranch at the time, he is the only one who could have lit that fire. If he is hiding something, I think the court deserves to know.
Thing is, the next testimony is about the motive. It's going to be difficult to bring up the fire again without Dragmire objecting.
You'll have to make it work.
As much as I don't like it, she's right. There really isn't a whole lot else to go on here. Well, thank you.
Don't mention it. One last thing. You, ranch girl. Me? Try not to hold that testimony against the princess. Believe me, I'm sure she was acting with the best of intentions in mind. You know the road to the dark realm is paved with those, right? Perhaps. It was definitely a serious lapse of judgment, one she will live to regret. Part of this comes from the fact that she's rather sheltered and inexperienced. After the sudden death of her older sister last year, and she was thrust into the role of an heir very suddenly.
Older sister? Who the fuck? That's right. Mysterious death of the firstborn princess. Oh my god. Why? Hyrule still grieves after the events of that day. And yet, no one knows exactly what happened. In the void of information, conspiracy theories run amok. People blaming the royal guard, the Sheikah, even the king himself. Who committed that murder?
Princess will soon have a whole kingdom's worth of troubles on her shoulders. For a kingdom that, with a history as turbulent as ours, it's a lot to handle.
Princess's conduct today probably won't help with the distrust some people have of the crown right now, though.
She's wise beyond her years. She will learn and she will be better. I simply ask that you don't think of her as an enemy, whatever comes of this trial. She doesn't need more than she already has.
Wow, she's so intense. Never expected to see Impa get so emotional. I guess all this was why she decided to take the blame for Princess's impromptu investigation. Detective Impa!
What is it, soldier? I am quite busy at the moment, so please be quick.
The investigation team back in the ranch just sent word of a new development. Something about a milk shipment being returned to the castle ranch because of a wrong recipient address. They're asking you to come over to see it.
Oh, those idiots. I don't have time for this. Send someone else. I have to escort the princess to the castle.
Roger.
That did remind me, though. I took this bottle of milk from a couple guards who were slacking on the job earlier. Here, wrench girl. Perhaps it'll help calm your nerves somewhat. Not to worry, it's still unopened. Oh, thank you.
That's nice of her. Too bad for those guards, though.
Now then, I believe the princess's carriage should be prepared by now. If you'll excuse me. I think I'm so nervous right now, milk has just lost its flavor.
Huh? Lost its flavor? But Lon milk is always so tasty. Are you sure it's just nerves? Let me try some. Huh. You're right. I assume this would have come from one of yesterday's shipments?
Probably. With the investigation at the range, there wouldn't be any today, so maybe it just isn't fresh.
Refrigerators? What's those? No, I don't think so. Doesn't really taste as if it's gone bad. Also, the guard said that one of yesterday's shipments was misaddressed, didn't he? And this was all handled by Ingo, wasn't it? I think there's something odd going on. I better make sure some notes about this in the court record.
Vince, the court is ready to reconvene. Escort your client back to the courtroom at once.
So it comes down to this. Conclusion's approaching. Time to turn this situation around. I never noticed before, but why do all the guards wear, like, fucking skin-tight shorts instead of pants? Like, Input 2 for that matter. They wear, like, fucking biker shorts on, or like a spandex suit. It never occurred to me that the guards in Ocarina of Time, and I guess Majora's Mask by extension, are like that.
Court is back in session for the trial of Malin of Lon Lon Ranch. I trust that the prosecution's final witness is ready.
Naturally. I've personally seen to it that there will be no foolishness this time around.
Hopefully his ears are intact.
As we discussed before the recess, having established the opportunity and means for the defendant to have committed the murder, only one matter remains. The matter of motive. For, naturally, such a heinous crime could be the result of mere happenstance. The prosecution believes the defendant had a deep desire that pushed her to patricide. Our next witness can shed light on the matter.
Fascinating. Very well, please proceed.
The prosecution calls the ranch worker Ingo to the stand.
This fucker. Good, we can finally put her behind bars. I wanted to kill this man as a kid. This man sucks. I hate him.
It's when you see Mr. Ingo in such fancy clothes.
Oh?
Yeah, he almost always just wears his work dungarees. It's almost like looking at a different person.
Well, I guess he wanted to dress up for court and he wouldn't have wanted to get his nice outfit dirty by working in it. How does a ranch worker afford such an outfit in the first place, Oh, he 100% did it. You know what? I'm hoping he didn't do it because it's way too obvious that he would do it. That's the only problem I'm going to have. If he ended up doing it, I'm almost going to be disappointed.
Quiet, defense. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Your Honor, it's Great Honorable Prosecutor. My name is Ingo. I mind the London Ranch. Mind? What does that entail exactly? I'm mostly there to work on the structures and the equipment. The owner and his daughter are the ones who tend to the animals and take care of orders.
How long have you been working at the ranch?
It'll be several years at this point. There have been others who have come and went, but I, Ingo, have preserved through all the hardships.
Sounds like he wants a medal for it.
Well, he does get a bit pompous at times, but Mr. Ingo really is a great help. He built the ranch's silo single-handedly.
Whoa, that's some dedication.
Very well. Given that you're clearly an important employee, you are privy to some inside information, is that correct?
Yes, the ranch owner started all the big plans with me. He trusted me implicitly. He used to say that we're like a big family. That sounds lovely.
That sounds like a red flag that you're gonna be getting loads of unpaid overtime.
Evidently not every member of your so-called family felt the same way though, did they?
It hurts to do this, but I have no choice. Hear my story, Honorable Court of Law.
Like, just the way he's twisting his mustache and eyebrows is menacing. This man's super guilty.
Just a couple of days ago, the owner, Tarlin, purposely signed the ranch over to his daughter, Malon. Talon became a life tenant, with Malin meant to inherit all of the assets after his death. As long as Talon lived, Malin could not sell the ranch. It's simple, isn't it? The girl killed the Talon to get the full ownership and leave the dingy ranch life behind. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after all Talon did for her.
And there you have it. Testimony from a man who just lost everything. It's truly tragic to witness yet another family torn apart by greed. We have evidence. We have the defendant caught red-handed at the scene of the crime, and now we have a motive.
How do we know he's telling the truth?
I have, of course, verified the witness's testimony. As per the law, all inheritance documents must be filed at the Castletown Notary office to be considered valid. I saw fit to prepare this for the trial. The prosecution would like to submit the Lon Lon Ranch inheritance document into evidence.
Mr. Ingo, why would you...
You should pass judgment now, Judge. The defense has nothing.
I would like to cross-examine the witness. There are a few more details I feel are relevant.
But of course, ask whatever you'd like. I, the hard-working Ingo, can handle it. Very well, defense. Please begin.
Let's see how he responds to the fire and the oil and all of these accusations of hatred between Talon and Malin. How long ago was this exactly?
4 days ago. I'm not sure of the exact date.
Had it been planned for a long time?
Talon was getting on in years. Better to take care of the matter sooner than later, eh?
Malin?
He's telling the truth. Father scheduled a visit to the notary office about a week ago.
What do you mean by partially, witness? So Malin hadn't become the ranch owner yet?
Of course not. Haven't you heard all the stories making the rounds recently? So many ungrateful brats throwing their older folks into retirement homes the moment ownership signed to them. Talon was no fool. I myself convinced him that it was the safer option. If the girl wakes up to some chicanery, he could always revert his decision.
That's horrible. I'd never do that.
As much as I'd like to believe that, you did much worse by killing him. Children these days, you feed them, you raise them, and they pull a stunt like this as soon as you give them an inch over yourself. I must concur, the younger generation is horrible.
Why did he look at me while saying that?
Anyway, what that meant was,
But why would Malin want to sell the ranch right now?
why wouldn't she want to? Why would a pretty little girl like her want to work on some dingy ranch? She'd have it much better if she sold the old place and used the money to move to Castletown.
That's not true. I love working with the animals. I wouldn't leave them for anything.
She's often slacking under the job, while I, the hard-working Ingo, have to cover for her. I guess that the Decuna doesn't fall far from the tree, as they say. That Talon loved to sleep on the job, too. Oh, I do recall quite a funny story about the Lon Lon Ranch owner blocking that side entrance to Hyrule Castle for an entire day once. The guards couldn't wake him up. It took a particularly vocal cuckoo, apparently.
Oh, jeez.
Well, there you go. I am the real reason the ranch has such renown. Me, the hard-working Ingo.
Link, that's not true at all.
I know. How do I stop this? Do you really think Malin would go that far?
I don't want to think it, but clearly the events speak for themselves, don't they?
Why wouldn't she just wait a few more years then?
Talon was getting older. Perhaps she knew more and more work would be piling onto her.
But really, how am I supposed to know? Ask her!
That's alright. Well, if Mal didn't want to work, wouldn't she have done this earlier? As Talon's only child, she'd still inherit the ranch.
That's where you're wrong. For a longer while, Talon planned to split the ranch between the girl and the crown. He was a patriotic man. He knew how much those horses meant to the royal guard. I wish he hadn't changed his mind now.
Is this true?
Yes, Father's previous inheritance document did work that way.
How admirable. I guess familial bonds won over this drive to help the kingdom. Truly a shame.
Yes, naturally the girl wanted the whole thing, so she bided her time.
I think this sufficiently explains the timing. Let's continue, shall we?
So here's actually my work hit there, because I just remembered a plot detail about Ocarina of Time. In Ocarina of Time, Ganon and Ingo actually work together. Ingo makes a deal with Ganondorf to take over the ranch. And that's why when you do the adult timeline, Ingo is like all rich and well off. Whereas in the child timeline, he's, you know, just some lowly ranch worker. Because Ganondorf helped him take it over. So my theory here is, Ingo is the one who killed Talon, but Ganondorf made sure it would happen. He helped with it, so they're both guilty. Wait just a moment. There's one more problem with the timing that I'd like the witness to explain. Why would Malin have planned the murder for the day of the royal visitation specifically? More people around means more witnesses. You'd think she would have chosen any other day.
Oh, did I forget to mention this? I overheard Talon arguing with her that very morning. He was telling her he changed his mind again. He was planning to tell the king that he'd been signing the ranch over to the crown. After the visitation was over, he'd head to Castletown to change the inheritance back to the original split.
What?
Despite the victim's wishy-washiness, it would appear he did make the right choice in the end. And because of that choice, if the defendant wanted to get the ranch, she would have no time to waste that day.
Is this true too?
Absolutely not. Father wasn't planning to do that, and there was no argument either.
What to do about this argument then? Now let's add to testimony. I have an idea. There's an argument about the inheritance. Sounds like an important fact to me. Defense requested it be added to the testimony.
Very well. Witness, please do so. I'd be happy to, Your Honor.
About what time did this happen?
First thing in the morning, I was heading out to the silo to start the day's work. I had just walked out the front door of the ranch house when I heard someone yelling right behind me.
Do you remember any specifics about what was said?
Oh, yes. It surprised me enough that I stopped to listen for a while. It was all like, I'm really sorry, Malin, but the most important thing is to make sure the king will always have a steady supply of quality horses. I don't care. What about me, father? How can you do this to me? Malin, this isn't just about you, it's for the good of the entire kingdom. But what am I supposed to do? I can't move up in life if I'm stuck on the stamp of a ranch forever. I thought you loved the ranch. All the animals are here, and Ingo is always around to help out with the chores too. He's a pretty great, isn't he? Yeah, Ingo is awesome, but I still hate you for this. This isn't over. What a stirring reenactment.
I will keep my thoughts on the witness's acting skills to myself.
There's no way this actually happened, though. Malin would never want to sell the ranch.
Well, of course she'd say that now, you buffoon. Remember, she's under suspicion for murder. We can't trust a thing she says.
Well, I trust her, but the judge probably doesn't right now, and that's unfortunately what matters. Have anything in the court record that could refute this story?
If you ask me, this whole inheritance issue could have been avoided if the crown wasn't so soft. In Gerudo Desert, there would be no question that the fortress may seize whatever it desires.
That's just messed up.
No matter. Continue your testimony, farmhand. Share with us the true nature of the defendant.
It's okay. I know what we're doing now.
No, you hold it. That man gave everything for her. She's gotten so many expensive presents over the years. Just look at that golden necklace she's wearing. That man has spoiled her rotten. In fact, I think I saw another present he was waiting to give her on the very day he was killed.
Another gift.
Why, yes, a little bottle of perfume, I believe. It's horrible. Talon was such a kind man. What happened to him is despicable.
Was that last statement important? No, we better add it too. Your Honor, defense wishes to add the statement about the perfume to the testimony.
What are you doing? Trying to implicate the defendant even harder?
I think it's important detail.
The perfume is irrelevant. But I suppose the prosecution has no objections to strengthening our case.
Very well, witness. Please add what you just said to your testimony.
Where did you see this?
I think it was just a line around the ranch house. Talon probably intended to give it to Malin on the day he was killed.
Do you mean this, witness?
Why, yes, that's exactly it. Looks very expensive. If only Talon had spent as much on his salary for me, the hard-working Ingo. I get up and leave to do work at the break of dawn every day, you know.
So it seems like we have at least 2 places that we could present, which is interesting. What's your relationship with this guy anyway?
Well, he's been employed and living with us on the ranches for as long as I can remember, really. You know, I don't think he's ever skipped a day of work thinking about it.
Not a single one? Talk about dedication. Even so, something is very much off here. Alright, which one was it? Girl killed Talon to get full ownership and leave the dingy ranch life behind. I overheard them arguing about inheritance that morning. Okay, so my thought was this is where we could put the picture. Because this was to show that they liked each other a lot and they were happy with each other. But, I mean, we have the obvious one here, which I think I'm going to do first because it's the safe choice. I think the other one might just be a red herring, which isn't something you normally see in Phoenix, right? Witness.
What is it?
Just to confirm, you say that this bottle of perfume was bought from Malin by her father, correct?
What else would it be for? I assure you Talon wasn't the type to indulge in perfumes. Far from it.
Well, you're wrong, witness.
Oh, is that so? Was the ranch owner truly a perfume connoisseur?
No, Your Honor. This bottle of perfume was bought for the princess.
So what, defense? Sure, it's technically a contradiction, but what does the purpose of this bottle change?
Yes, defense, I admit I'm confused as well. Please explain why this point is important.
Early in the trial, Malin mentioned that Talon bought his perfume in preparation last minute. Isn't that right, Malin?
Sure is. We had a gift for the king prepared when the news arrived that it would actually be the princess making this visitation. Father quickly rode out into town to get a new gift.
This info puts one thing in the question. Somebody's movements, the princess's testimony. Well, we already questioned princess's testimony. Talon's taste of gifts. I don't think we need to question that right now. Someone's movements around the ranch are put into serious doubt.
Someone's? Well, don't keep us waiting then, defense. Who is this person?
Naturally, the person whose movements became suspect is... the witness himself. If you recall, this bottle of perfume, which had just been purchased, was found at the crime scene. A crime scene that the witness supposedly never went to. He shouldn't have known about the bottle. This man's too stupid to cover up his own crimes.
Order! Order! The defense raises a very valid point.
You simpleton! What is the meaning of this?
Well, witness, did you go to the scene of the crime at any point?
No, of course I didn't. I was in the silo, working in the silo all day. I remember I saw the gift the day before the crime. The girl is lying. Talon must have gotten the gift the day before. You're the one who's lying. Father didn't leave the ranch at all that day. One's word against another's. It depends. Do you have any way to prove that your version of events is true?
Smell the perfume. I don't see how that's gonna help. No, don't we have, well, okay, well, maybe the receipt, but I was thinking the ranch inventory. This was taken a couple days before, right? This was made by Ingo the day before the crime. And there is no mention of a perfume bottle on this ledger. I mean, asking the store seems reasonable. I don't know, are there receipts in Hyrule? Are we gonna be able to find the receipt? What if he didn't ask for a receipt? Let's try the store first. Why don't we send a soldier to ask the store owner when the bottle was bought?
Do you know how many people visit that store? It's inconceivable the owner would remember every random purchase.
Any other ideas, Defense?
Find a receipt. When you buy something, you usually get a receipt, and the receipt always shows the date of purchase. It might still be at the ranch house. I say we send someone out to look for it.
Father never throws receipts away. We have a drawer full of them. Perfumes one should be right on top. I believe this idea has some merit. Soldiers, rush out to the ranch house immediately and search for that receipt.
Your Honor,
Yes? What is it, soldier?
we've just received the receipt from the team stationed at the crime scene.
Oh shit.
Very well. Thank you. I shall now read it out.
There's a lot of writing on this.
From Tingle's Mysterious Smells. Ah, yes, I think I've seen that store. It's that, eccentric-looking place in the back alley.
You couldn't miss the blinding neon colors if you tried. It's an utter eyesore. But all of this, nobody running a monopoly on highly-end perfume is preposterous.
Perhaps, but back to the matter at hand.
The nerve of that dunderhead! Why would anyone ever shop at a store where the owner calls every other customer a fairy?
Prosecutor.
And the balloons! Oh, the balloons! That fool popped one right in my face!
What was Ganon doing at a perfume shop?
Prosecutor Dragmire. Enough. Continuing on. Purchase item, 1 bottle of Rosy Rupee Land. Oh my, this is quite the price. Why, I would have to...
Your Honor, please, the date of purchase?
Ah, yes, right. Date of purchase, why, it's March 16th, the day of the murder. What you gotta say about that, Ingo?
Too hardworking to get your facts straight?
Order, order! Yes, we got him.
I think we're finally getting somewhere.
This still doesn't mean anything. Perhaps the witness briefly went back to the ranch house for something and saw the bottle then.
Yes, that's it. I was getting thirsty, so I went back to get a drink. I must have seen the bottle then. Oh, come on. You think we're going to believe that?
Do you have any proof that he didn't?
Well, I believe this calls for further testimony. As the witness now claims to have visited the crime scene shortly before the murder, we should learn of his exact movements that day. My movements? Well, alright. There's not a whole lot to say, though.
It's unfortunate he managed to weasel out of that. But this next testimony will be full of lies. This is my chance.
And he's gonna be very careful about what he says here. I don't think he's smart enough to do so. My non-suspicious movements. As was already stated, I had volunteered to work in the silo. At the one point, I briefly went back to the ranch to get myself a glass of water. I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. At some point, a detective came and told me what happened. And wow, was that detective a one to find a woman. What the fuck was that comment about? Yeah, the Rosie Roo plan is a reference to one of the two Tingle games. Specifically the first one, I believe. The one that we got. See, I haven't done anything to warrant the suspicion. Eat my shoes, you brat. I'll pass. Has to be something wrong in there. Can't put a flawless story together that quickly. What were you doing? Working on the shipments and fulfilling orders. We send our crates of milk to milk bars all across the kingdom every day, you know. Milk bars? Naturally, everyone loves a good drink, you know. And our milk is renowned as the best there is. I hear some others water theirs down. Despicable. I see. I think you said earlier that your job is to work on the structures and equipment, though? Indeed, Talon and the girl would usually be the ones overseeing the milk orders. However, since the royal visitation was happening that day, I felt they needed their minds unoccupied, so I took it upon myself to do it this time. After the murder, I got scared that the Sheikah Force's investigation would delay the shipment, and that I, the great Ingo, would get the blame. Thankfully, it all went through fine. Yeah, and you were so concerned with sending it off quickly that you wrote the wrong delivery address on it.
You idiots. Ridiculous. Getting tipsy for something like milk? Bet you couldn't handle even a sip of the Gerudo's noble pursuit. A real man's drink.
A real man's drink? Most of the Gerudo women? Ganon's over here bragging about the most feminine drinks imaginable, thinking that they're the manliest things ever, when he's the only man in the entire tribe, and has been for the last 100 years. No, don't ask how that works. I don't know either. Speaking of drinks, I believe the witness was talking about how he had got himself a glass of water. Yes, of course. Moving all that heavy stuff around works up a sweat, you see. I got very thirsty and, Yeah, milk's a substitute for alcohol, as is very common in many games. For some reason. And yet people still get tipsy off of it. Or as it was in, Which Phoenix Wright was it? Was it the crossover game? Because I think Professor Layton doesn't usually mention alcohol, so they called it grape juice instead. It was definitely one of the games. I'm pretty sure it was the crossover. You didn't think to just take a sip of the milk you were handling? No, it would be alright. Then milk was for the customers, you see. I just didn't want to get into any trouble.
A truly honest man. How dare you suggest he would steal from his own workplace?
Right. So, what did you see at the house?
Nothing much. I got to my drink and left. Still had a lot of work to do, you see. I suppose I must have seen the perfume bottle then. In the fact that, yes, I remember it clearly now. It was there, on the table, plain as the day. Mwahaha.
Great.
What happened after that, witness?
And you were able to complete this so quickly on your own?
You don't know the might of the great Ingo. Yeah, bow.
pow, wham! I get the things done in no time. I did almost break my back getting those crates out of the silo though. There were so many, and also heavy, it was like a puzzle in there. Anyway, that's not important. The point is...
Are you sure?
as sure as it can be.
You never went back in, even after the crime was discovered?
Bah, they wouldn't let me in. I preserved the crime scene or some such. I couldn't even get any of my things. After I was questioned, nobody gave me half a glance. I had to sleep in the stables that night. It was terrible.
So he just said important? Your Honor, I would like the witness to add his last statement to his testimony.
What? What are you trying to pull now? Very well. Witness, please amend your statement. Fine. Whatever. We got him.
Could you have stayed in an inn?
Bah, what am I, made of money? Think, boy. I'm just a simple rancher worker, you know?
Alright. Can we get a testimony about what he's wearing right now then? Who did you steal that off of,
You lawyers always flaunting your wealth.
Right, sorry. Not actually sorry. I know one night would bankrupt this guy. Just look what he's wearing. Oh, was it tomato juice in the crossover? Maybe that was it. It was tomato juice. Oh yeah, it was grape juice, and that's what it was. It was Apollo 1 in the first case. The fucking bar full of grape juice instead of wine. It's weird too, because like, Phoenix Wright games are rated T for teen. Alcohol mention is fine. There's nothing weird there. I don't know why they felt the need to make it grape juice for some reason. Maybe that was part of the joke or something. Crazy puzzle, can I get a heart piece for it? I actually forgot it. Every time I play Ocarina of Time, I keep forgetting you could go into that silo. I think I've only ever been in that place like one time. It like took me a second to realize what he was talking about, because like, oh yeah, you can go into the silo and get a thing. Could you elaborate?
She's a hard-working woman who gets to the point and takes what she wants. Not to mention her impeccable fashion sense. What's not to love?
Yeah, I'm sure, you know, wearing Speedos and spandex is all the rage in Hyrule. That's not the part I want him to elaborate on.
Oh, he seems totally smitten with her.
Sure does. Wonder how Impa feels about it.
Perhaps when this tour of a trial is over, I could, but no. It will have to wait. You thought you could distract me, did you? I, the genius rancher worker Ingo, sees through your schemes. You're sticking to that story, huh?
Yeah, it was a desperate fix, but it holds up surprisingly well.
I can hardly believe this is the same Mr. Ingo I know. He's usually so nice.
I'm impressed for more details. He's sure to slip up somewhere. Has to be a piece of evidence or profile waiting to disprove what he's saying. Alright, I have an idea here. Where is the one about him staying in the stables? No? That's not it? Okay. I was thinking we were gonna start, like, grilling him on where he was actually staying, because he was probably the one that made the fire. If he had to stay outside, he probably did made the fire. Yeah, it's entirely meaningless. Alright, try this again. Alright, I didn't get to sleep by accident. My belongings, I'd spend the night in the stable. At some point, a detective came and told me what happened, and why was that detective one fine woman? I don't almost feel like this is the one, but we had to add this to the testimony, so it has to be it, right? Then again, we just had a testimony where we added 2 statements, and one of them was not the one to present on. So maybe this is a lie. Didn't even get to sleep or accessing my belongings, had to spend the night in the stable. I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. Maybe that too?
haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. I don't think we can prove that. I mean, those left the ranch. What's this about? One of the milk shipments was returned to the ranch due to being misaddressed. That's pretty important. I didn't even get to sleep or access any of my belongings. I had to spend the night in the stable. I just don't know what else we could present. I thought for sure it'd be the oil. Access to his belongings, eh? So, yeah, this one, I never even, okay, what, that's what I was like thinking too, but like, what's his belongings? Like, I don't think, I feel like this isn't gonna be important soon, but I feel like that's jumping the gun a bit. Like, the only belonging we found is this, but we can't prove it's his, so that's kind of fair that wasn't the case. Is it this? Like, I mean, his belongings aren't in here, are they? Should they be? The profiles, maybe? Is there something in here that you think is important? Oh, his clothes. You think that because he couldn't... Because he was in... If he was outside in the stables all night, where did he get the clothes from, right? Oh, of course. So we were talking about the whole time. It's like, where the fuck did he get the clothes from? Winnis, something's seriously wrong with your testimony. What? What are you talking about? You say you couldn't get any of your belongings because they were all at the ranch house, correct? A ranch house you were not allowed to go in? That's, right? Well, that would imply you should still be wearing your work clothes. Pardon me if I'm wrong, but those don't look like work clothes at all. Now this is the kind of Phoenix Wright puzzle logic that I expect. Not whatever Dual Destinies was half the time. The fence has a point. The witness appears pretty well dressed for court. I can't imagine he would want to sully those clothes during work. Well, what do you have to say to that? Oh, of course, I can explain. It's simple. These are brand new. Yeah. On my way to the courthouse, I went shopping for a nice new outfit. After all, I couldn't very well show up to court dressed like a bum. So wait, you didn't have money to stay in an inn, but you had money to buy a new outfit for court?
Yes, defense. So that people have a modicum of respect for the court and show up dressed appropriately.
What's that supposed to mean? This is my finest Zora suit. So you claim you brought those clothes after the crime, is that correct? Oh, that's why he wears a Zora suit, because he's perspiring in court so much. He needed something waterproof. Says the guy who also is wearing full plate armor in court. Hey, much so. This morning, in fact. Why do I need to repeat myself? Accept the explanation. No, fuck you. You buying those clothes today is simply impossible. What?
Oh? How can you claim so? Defense, as you know, evidence is everything in court. Either prove that the witness could have bought these clothes today, or get out.
Couldn't have bought the clothes today. Okay, hang on. I wasn't sure this is where this was going, but why wouldn't he have been able to buy them today? Because he had to be there to process the return, right? No, that just happened not too long ago. That just happened now. Prove that the winners couldn't have bought these clothes there. Get out. Okay, are they in here maybe? No. Shit, maybe this isn't it. Money issue? No, I don't think that's it. I don't know if this was the right response. I don't know what here could even, like, remotely support this argument. Is it because he would have put out the fire just, like, a while ago? Is this now where this is important? Because the fire was just put out. The morning of the... No, that was the morning of the crime. That wasn't today. Prove the witness couldn't have bought these clothes today or get out. I don't see how he couldn't have bought the clothes today. Like, yeah, why would he have not been able to do this? James was returned to the ranch due to being misaddressed. Maybe he was there to had to be there to process. Okay, maybe this is it. No, okay. I didn't think so. I was like vaguely thinking that there was a chance that maybe he had to be present at the, because I can't remember if he was actually there or not for when they talked about that during the recess, the misaddress of the shipment. It's kind of flimsy. I guess there isn't really any way to prove this. Yeah, I'm just wasting the time. Unless I'm supposed to do this. Okay, I have to... surely I have to do this, because otherwise it would let me go back to the option or just skip over it. No, it has to be a reason why he couldn't have done it today, then. The inheritance? Like you said, if you can't buy a knight of the inn, he can't buy a new outfit. What? Mel inherited the ranch if she is unable to divide the deed between... Oh. Wait, no, but that would prove that he could buy it, because now he's rich, right? I mean, it's the only thing related to money, though, right? Those words in his face? I mean, maybe that, too. He's too smarmy to buying clothes, Your Honor. It couldn't have been him. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. No, okay. Unless I'm stuck in here. How can I even prove that? I don't know anything about Ingo's schedule this morning. Yeah, exactly. Maybe if I could show he already had those clothes before today? Well, okay, but what? What would that be? What would show that he had them before today? I was thinking the log, but the log doesn't show any clothes. Look, the only thing that would remotely be possible is this. I don't see any clothes in here. Brooms, axes, horseshoes, saddles, saws, knives, hammers, buckets. Lots of tools. No clothes. Unless that's the point. No, because we have to prove that he didn't buy them today. Prove the witness couldn't have bought these clothes today by proving that he bought them a different day. Money hasn't been dealt with yet. Yeah. Well, we tried... The last thing I tried was the inheritance documents. Maybe. No. How could I even prove that? I don't know anything about Ingo's schedule this morning. Maybe if I could show he had already had these clothes before today. Show he had the clothes before today. Oh! Wait, is it in there? Am I stupid? Fuck me. How did I forget about the photograph? Oh my god. Yeah. Oops. Wrong button. I'm dumb. I forgot about the fucking photo. As usual. I would like to turn the court's attention to this. This is not how I was expecting to use this photograph at all. Why this is one lovely pictograph. It reminds me of the idyllic days I spent with my grandson at the...
What about this pictograph defense?
Well, just look at what Ingo is wearing. This photo is from Malon's childhood, but Ingo is very clearly wearing the same outfit he has on right now. He couldn't have bought it today, because the man already owned the outfit. It was in his room, therefore, he returned to the ranch house when he said he didn't. Order. I will have order. Why, the defense is absolutely correct. I hope the witness has a good explanation for this. How did I forget about the fucking photo? I just forgot the photo, like, straight up existed. So I wasn't even considering it. There. I think we finally got him. There's no way he can weasel out this time. Unless someone weasels out for him.
Isn't it obvious? Naturally, the witness knew he would need to wear his nice clothes for the royal visitation that was scheduled for that day. He brought them from the silo in advance, so he could quickly change just before the royal visitation's arrival.
That doesn't even make a lick of sense. Why would he do that? Oh? Oh-ho! Oh-ho-ho-ho! Yes, of course, I needed to be presentable after all. Can't look like a bum in the most important people of the kingdom. Wait a minute. This is insane. What kind of a kangaroo court is this? Prosecution keeps making up excuses on the spot. Yeah, this man's like leading the witnesses. He should be held in contempt. Ingo was clearly lying about buying the clothes before the trial. He's definitely trying to hide something. Your Honor, surely you won't accept this blatant perjury.
Accept it, Judge. There could be no other explanation.
The prosecution's explanation does seem plausible. What? However, the fact that the witness didn't simply say it himself and instead made up a lie about buying the clothes is indeed very suspicious. Defense. The prosecution has posed that there is no other possible explanation for this contradiction. What is your opinion on the matter? Can the defense think of an alternative version of events? This is big. Really need to think this through. Oh, fuck! You got one of these in here? Wow, okay. Ingo is acting really suspicious right now. He's desperately trying to patch up holes in his testimony to conceal his real movements. Why would he be doing that? Well, I mean, obviously he's the murderer, right? Like, that's clearly what this is leading to. I don't know why he would hide his wardrobe at the silo unless he's, like, embarrassed about that. You can't be the victim. How would he be the victim? He would be dead. It's not Malon. Ingo's the only other person who could have done this. I have to assume he did if I want to think Malon is innocent. With that in mind, why would Ingo change out of his work clothes? What happened to make it necessary? Talon's blood got on them. They were eaten by a cow? I mean, we can't prove that didn't happen. When Ingo killed Talon, his clothes must have gotten blood on them. He had to change into something else to hide his involvement. But then, wouldn't the Sheikah force have found the clothes in the house? How could they have disappeared?
That's where the fire comes in. Motherfucker burnt his clothes. That's it. This explains everything. So what was the cloth for then? I guess we'll still get to that. I believe I can offer an alternative explanation.
Nonsense. Judge, the vents spent far too long sitting in silence just now. They clearly have nothing. I call for a quick ruling.
And not only can I explain it, but in fact, the defense formally accuses the witness of the murder. No! Yeah, the great Ingo is the great murderer. It's simple. The reason he had to swap his outfit and why he's been lying about the circumstances ever since is because it got stained with the victim's blood.
Preposterous. If there were any discarded bloody clothes nearby, the Sheikah Force would have found them, and we would be trying someone else for the murder right now.
Why, you're absolutely correct, prosecutor. Naturally, Ingo couldn't have left his bloody clothes lying around. And so he used this to dispose of them. Your Honor, cast your mind to the princess's last testimony.
The princess's... the mysterious fire.
Surely you jest. You yourself made sure we all knew how meaningless her testimony was.
And yet, without this new context in mind, it gains a completely new meaning. An empty bottle of lamp oil found by a burned out fire. Ingo used this lamp oil to quickly burn away his stained work clothes. Maybe that bit of cloth was like a... part of the clothes, burnt clothes. Well, how about it, witness? My scenario explains everything. You killed Talon and then tried to hide it.
This is... No, hold on. What a drivel are you spouting here? Me? Kill Talon?
You already know that's impossible.
Oh my god. This guy. Too busy for murder.
Everything you said is wrong. I have no idea what you're on about. I have an alibi for the time of the crime. I just couldn't have done it. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. The fire was just made for a quick breakfast. There's no mystery there. Stop trying to pin this on poor innocent Ingo.
Now, I shouldn't have to remind you, defense, but you yourself were surprised that Ingo was able to complete the shipment in time. Adding even more things to him to do in that time is preposterous.
That's right. The great Ingo is efficient at his job, but not that efficient.
No, it had to have been him. I'm sure of it. There must be some trick at play here. Some kind of shortcut. I must find it. Maybe such as hastily writing down addresses for delivery, perhaps? Surely my scenario at this is more plausible at this point than those panicked attempts to fix your story.
What's more plausible is it for you to decide, defense? It's a judge that makes the final call, and as long as this alibi stands, I can't imagine him siding with you.
Yes, all of the loose ends have to be tied up before a decision can be made. Witness, please continue.
Could you explain what that alibi is again?
With a pleasure. At the time of the crime, I was busy preparing the day's shipment with the milk. That's a harder work. I barely had enough time to get them done before the courier came to take them.
The shipments were inspected by the Sheikah forces as they were leaving the ranch. And as our resident detective has told us, they were found to be fully loaded up with bottles of milk.
That's right. The Sheikah force itself has vouched for me. There's no way I could be the culprit.
Oh, I disagree. There has to be a way. There must be. Would it really have taken that long to murder someone and burn some clothes?
It would have taken long enough to definitely make them the scheme infeasible.
Completing the shipments is a rather involved process. You have to milk the cows, clean the bottles, pour the milk into them, put them into the crates, and load those onto a wagon. I love working with the cows. That part takes the longest because you only get a little at a time. So as Mr. Ingle said, the whole thing really does take a while. Father and I usually have to work together to get it done in time for the courier's arrival.
There you go, Defense. Your own client knows this is the unshakable truth.
Okay, so there's no way you could complete the shipments and also do the killing. In that case, there has to be some way for him to finish the work faster. I just have to find it. Oh, I know how he did it! I always have to figure out where it's going to be presented, but I think I know exactly how he would have done it. We're going to tie in the tasteless milk, the misaddressed crate, maybe even the cloth too. I'm not really sure about that one, but definitely the milk and the misaddressed crate are going to be used here. So you had enough time for breakfast, but not enough to kill someone?
Yes, of course. The breakfast was cooking while I kept working. Then I just quickly gobbled it up. There's no issue there. In the fact, yes, I remember it even burned a bit because I wasn't completely paying attention to it. That's why I had to go get that glass of water too, you see? Had to wash it down after.
What a convenient little explanation. But for all I know, he actually did cook up a breakfast on a fire of burning blood-soaked clothes.
Ew. Continue, witness. We don't want to hear about your culinary adventures.
Of course, of course. My point is just what I've been telling you this whole time.
The only people who could have done this were you and Malin. And I know Malin well enough to know she couldn't be the culprit. That leaves you as the perpetrator.
Yes, yes, by now we all know how much you value your friend. Let me remind you, though, that feelings don't matter at all here. Either show us solid evidence that puts Ingo's alibi into question, or concede defeat.
Is there any way you could have done the work faster?
I'm not sure. It would be nice if there was, though. I could sleep in a little bit longer every day.
Yeah, you'd think he would have shared it with you if he knew of one. Just what shortcut did you use, Ingo? Alright, where do we want to start here? The address or the bottle of milk? There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. Alright. I'm gonna say we start with the milk. That was a good choice. The milk did indeed become watered down. Why do you think he went back to the farmhouse to get water? It wasn't a drink. But did you really complete those shipments properly? I also noticed how like the music kind of quiets down when you're inside the court record. I like that detail. That's almost something I would like to see in the actual games too. Unless the newer ones do something like that.
Defense. I shouldn't have to remind you that the Sheikah Force checked the boxes thoroughly.
Like parts of the instruments pan out.
They were definitely full of milk bottles.
Oh, I'm sure it looked that way.
What are you getting at, Defense?
Here you go, Your Honor.
Huh? Milk for me?
Are you trying to bribe the judge now? I didn't think you'd stoop so low.
You can have some too if you want, Ganon.
The Crown will be informed of this.
Oh, it's nothing like that. All I'm asking is that His Honor try tasting the milk. Just one little sip.
This is highly irregular. But, to be honest, I could use a drink. All this talking does make one's throat dry, you know.
You've probably talked the least out of everyone here, though.
Since the defense insists, I'll go ahead and take a sip. Is this what passes for milk these days? This almost tastes like water. Water?
I have to agree. This is definitely not standard milk. As we've heard from the princess and the detective, Longline Ranch is renowned for the quality of its products. But there's no way people would say that about milk this lousy.
Bah, whatever. As if the unwashed masses would know the difference between quality and garbage. Where are you going with this defense?
It's simple, you see. I received this bottle from Detective Impa, still unopened, during the first recess. As we know, there were no milk shipments today, so this must have come from one of Ingo's shipments from yesterday. It's true that Ingo couldn't have murdered Talon and also completed the shipment on his own. Unless he cheated. Ingo watered down the milk to get the shipments done in time. Order! Order! Yes, I suppose that would work. Indeed. All he had to do was milk fewer of the cows. To save enough time without ruining the taste too much, I'd guess he used about a 50-50 split of water and milk. This is... No! Talon...
Let me stop you right there. I will concede that something odd happened to that shipment. But all you have proven is that Ingo is a slacker.
How dare you?
Be quiet, you mongrel. Sure, Ingo watered down the milk. That doesn't make him a killer, though, does it?
Well, no. But now we do know that he definitely could have done it. We know he did go to the crime scene. And we know he did have the time and opportunity to kill Talon as well.
Yet there's a vital element missing still. Let me put it in simple terms so even an idiot like you can understand.
Oh, what? Wow, we're just doing everything. We've got like the thinking process stuff from Dual Destinies. Now we've gone full Edgeworth, then we're playing Mind Chess now.
You lack the murder weapon. If Ingo was the murderer, then it couldn't have been his. It couldn't have been the saw.
It's only one argument though. And why is that?
It's simple. If the girl's story about working on the fence is true, then she was using the saw while her father was being murdered. It could have been in two places at the same time.
Do I agree with this? Yeah. I believe we're in complete agreement on this point.
You do realize the problems that creates for you, right?
I'm sure it can all be explained.
As if. But, very well. Then let's move on to why nothing else could have been the murder weapon, either. Where would the supposed other murder weapon have even come from?
Well, I guess it couldn't have come from the log because they checked all the other weapon, like, objects and they didn't have any blood. We'll press it, though. Couldn't he have used any old thing?
Either answer the question, defense, or this discussion is over.
No need to overthink this. Anywhere Ingo could have gotten a weapon from will do. I'll worry about the exact details later. Okay, so I guess we will present something in the log. Have you forgotten this murder happened on a ranch? There are plenty of sharp things on site.
That's simply impossible. We checked all sharp objects on the ranch and searched everyone. No fresh blood was found anywhere else.
Couldn't Ingo have just wiped it off? Yeah, it could have wiped it off. I don't think he would have disposed of it because they would have found it missing from the log. Couldn't Ingo have just wiped it off?
Blood leaves traces. It's not that easy to get rid of.
So, wait, you're telling me they don't have fingerprinting, they don't have DNA printing, but they've got like fucking luminol spray? Or some equivalent?
People like us aren't so sensitive, but other beings like the Zoras can easily tell by smell.
Oh, you've probably just got a Zora on the Royal Guard working as like a fucking hound dog sniffing out blood. I'm sure they really appreciate that.
Naturally, the Sheikah Force employs people for just this task. Also, as Lon Lon Ranch focuses on selling horses and milk, the animals there aren't regularly butchered. So there's no reason why any of the tools would have fresh blood on them. Any such implement would have stood out like a sore thumb.
Well, I guess that is a good point. I may have to rethink this. Maybe he hid it somewhere. Couldn't Ingo have just hidden it?
The kingdom's best investigators are on this case. We found no signs of anything buried on the premises. And even if Ingo skipped part of his work, he still wouldn't have had time to hide anything very far from the ranch. He may be an idiot, but do you really think he would have risked the weapon being found?
Now listen, I hear. Silence!
Well, I guess that is a good point. Well, how about disposed of it then? Couldn't Ingo have just disposed of it in some way?
That's impossible. You see, no items from the ranch's inventory list were missing, and that list is indisputable.
Wasn't that list made by Ingo? We're trusted that list? I'm gonna press, but I feel like we're gonna be presenting on this one because can we trust the list made by Ingo? How can you be so sure the inventory is accurate?
Bah, use your head. There was a royal visitation scheduled for that day. The ranch owner needed everything to be in order. He would have double, even triple checked that list when he wrote it.
I suppose he would have, but he didn't write it. The inventory list itself is false.
Oh, fascinating. What exactly makes you question the veracity of this document?
That would be something about the inventory itself. It's simple. You only need a brief look at the inventory to see it can't be trusted.
Ho ho! You can't just go around making such general statements, Defense. Point out what exactly about the inventory makes it suspect.
Oh, this is where you would use the mouse. If you had one. I do not have one. And I'm playing on an emulator that apparently doesn't support the mouse either, so I couldn't set this up for this one specific moment. Just look here. The one who compiled this list was Ingo himself. He could have easily falsified the counts as part of his plan.
That doesn't matter. Nothing could have left the ranch.
I like this. Does this ever happen in any of the... in 6 or Great Ace Attorney? This feels a little like the Edgeworth style of questioning and investigation. Wouldn't Ingo have just been able to just throw the item out over the fence?
Bah, obviously we searched the perimeter of the ranch as well. Nothing was found anywhere.
This is the most important point. Has nothing really been able to leave? Nothing could have left the ranch. What if it was in the shipments? Especially the one that was apparently misaddressed. It seems like Edgeworth to me, definitely not 6. Oh, okay. Yeah, this definitely felt close to Edgeworth, but I was just wondering, like, the way this is done, it feels like it exists in the game. Like they took the Edgeworth mechanic and put it in one of the games somewhere. Maybe it's in Great Ace Attorney, that's possible. If you're not familiar with those, I guess. Okay, I'm thinking it has something to do with this, but I feel like I'm gonna present this first. I'm just gonna keep it general based on the shipment for now, and then we'll slowly approach to the misaddressed shipment. Are you really sure nothing left the ranch? What about a few little shipments of milk?
Preposterous. Have you forgotten that said shipments had already been checked by the Sheikah force before they were allowed to leave?
That's true, but there was a place the Sheikah could have overlooked.
What in Din's name are you blabbering about? We're talking about bog standard crates here, boy. Not exactly vast dungeons full of nooks and crannies to stuff things into, are they? Where could they have missed a murder weapon?
It's simple. They overlooked the crates themselves? Okay, they looked in the contents of the crates. They opened them up and saw nothing but milk bottles. Which kind of means that this has to be it. It's the crates themselves. The killer used a big chunk of wood to kill the victim and then nailed it to the crates to conceal it. Okay, I wasn't thinking that, but yeah. The bottle would have been my second guess, but I wrote off the bottle at first because I figured that was kind of similar enough to the milk thing, and they said that they checked them and saw only bottles of milk inside the crates.
No, the weapon was definitely metal. No stray bit of lumber could create a wound like that. Plus, if the weapon was wooden, he would have just burned it together with his clothes to ensure we'd never find it.
Ah, right. Yeah, but Ingo's stupid.
Defense, your entire argument hinges on this point, you know? Try to think through your answer a bit more carefully next time.
Okay, we get to see game over at least. That's okay. I've been save stating quite a bit, so we should be able to get back. I'm curious where this game saves though. I want to see that first.
I think that is enough. I feel I've seen enough to announce the verdict at this time. The defense has failed to establish a likely alternative scenario to the one presented by the prosecution. As such, I pronounce Malin of Lon Lon Ranch. The defendant shall submit herself to the king to have her fate decided. This court is adjourned.
Yeah, where does that put me if we retry the last scene? Back at the rebuttal? Okay. Oh, we could just go back here then. Probably the contents of the bottles, because they didn't open the bottles, they just looked at the bottles. So I guess it's possible. There's one place inside the crates that the Sheikah couldn't have checked thoroughly without ruining the shipments.
Without ruining the shipments?
That's right. Ingo put the murder weapon inside one of the bottles to conceal it from the search.
That does seem plausible.
Now wait just a moment. A weapon in a milk bottle wouldn't just go unnoticed. Someone would have reported it.
How can you be so sure?
Do you even know how much milk an average milk bar uses each day? All those shipments most certainly been completely used up by now. Someone drinking from that bottle would have found it for sure, choked on it even, if they took too large a swig. It would be a huge scandal.
Well, he's right about that, but he's missing some vital information. You would be correct that a weapon showing up in someone's milkshake would cause quite a stir. If the milk ever actually made it to any milk bar, that is. You see, I overheard a very interesting tale during the recess. Word was sent from the ranch not long ago that one of the shipments was returned unopened due to being misaddressed. Indeed. If you recall, Inga was the one who handled all of that. Now, that's strange. The ranch supplies the same milk bars every day. Even if he had messed up the street address a little, the couriers would have known where the shipment was meant to go. How could he have bungled it that badly? It's almost as if he didn't want anyone receiving a bottle of milk with a murder weapon in it. I bet Ingo expected this box to stay in shipping limbo a while longer. How unfortunate for him that the Postal Service was on its game today. Maybe because they were worried it'd start to smell.
I believe this calls for us to investigate these boxes of milk more closely. Soldiers, have these boxes retrieved from the ranch immediately.
Well, if this is a unique mechanic to this one specific mod, that was pretty cool. Now I want to see that in an actual Phoenix Wright game.
This is a slander. Why would I kill Talon? Sure, he's a bit of a layabout, but he did give me a job. Why would I want him dead?
The motive? That's simple. Why, I'm surprised you're even asking about it. This evidence easily explains your motive. The very inheritance document you brought to the court's attention states the following. In the case of the testator's death, his daughter, Malin of Lon Lon Ranch, will inherit this ranch, unless she is unable to oversee it, in which case it shall be divided between the crown and the remaining employees.
Ah,
What? You not only killed Talon, but decided to frame Malin for the crime as well, so you would be the one to inherit part of the ranch. That's why you volunteered to work in the silo all day. It gave you an alibi so that Malin would be the only possible culprit. Of course, you knew about the royal visitation in advance. You knew Malin would go back to the ranch house to prepare for before they arrived. A perfect setup for the royals to find her next to the body. No, no! What are you talking about? Talon signing over the ranch to me? Preposterous. Did he really not know? Guess it was Dragmar who procured the actual document, not him. Wait, so what is his motive then? Your Honor!
What is it, soldier?
The box you requested is here.
Already? That was quite fast.
Apparently, the team at the ranch had already noticed something awry with it on their own. The box arrived just as we were about to rush out a courier to deliver a message.
Well, well, well. Let's see for ourselves then, shall we? The part of the shipment that proves my case is... right there. Here it is, from the bottle with a slight red tint to the milk. Looks like some kind of serrated knife. That explains the irregular wound pretty nicely.
How could those Sheikah idiots have missed this?
I'm sure the milk was pure white when they first checked it. It took a whole day for the blood to dissolve in it. Either way, no matter how you slice it, this proves my theory right. That's a horrible pun, Link. Now's not the time.
Oh, I've had it. Fine, fine. You wanna know why? You wanna know why I really killed that scumbag?
No, no! What are you?
So you admit it? Yes, yes, I admit it. What would you do if one day, after years of back-breaking labor, despite putting you all into the ranch, you were thrown away like a rubbish, without any reason, fired? Farewell, we don't need you anymore. What? But that doesn't make any sense. Oh, don't lie, I heard it all. I was just returning back from another day of spine-wrenching work, and lo and behold, what's this? Malin and the Talon are talking behind my back. I heard it all. We'll let him go after the visitation. We can handle things without him. And so, after volunteering to work on that shipment, I quietly slipped out while the girl was busy and shanked the good-for-nothing slacker. You should have seen his face. He didn't expect it at all. So yes, Malin, I killed that lazy bum you call a father. And he deserved it. Order! The witness will cease his boasting over such a terrible deed. I think we've heard enough. Soldiers, take him away. Wait just a moment. Ingo. Yes, girl. Want to apologize for what you've done? Apologize? Me? You're horrible. We weren't planning to fire you at all. You completely misunderstood what we were saying. What? Are they talking about a cow? I'm thinking they're talking about a horse, maybe. Some sort of animal, maybe. Well, you know how it goes with the royal visitations. Always a busy time. Gotta make sure everything's in the tip-top shape. I do worry something about that old Ingo, though. He's been complaining about his back recently. I wish he'd just take a step back and relax sometime. Maybe we should have convinced him to take a vacation. Now there's an idea. Either do him good or just to get out for a while. I'll discuss it with him after the visitation. After things are calmed down, we can handle everything without him. That's, I, you, you were planning what? A vacation for me? Yeah, for you, the hard-working Ingo. You were going on an all-expenses-paid vacation, but nope, you just had to murder the guy. So now you are getting an all-expenses-paid vacation to the dungeon. And now you did... No, it can't be a so. Please say it isn't a so. What a terrible misunderstanding. Everyone's planning to survive the vacation for you and you decide to kill the guy doing it. All because you walked in on the last couple words. Well, clearly this man was unstable in the first place if he was ready to jump to murder because of some misunderstanding. We have witnessed today the results of a truly horrifying misunderstanding. But misunderstanding or not, what you have done is unforgivable. Talon was a kind man, beloved by all who had the good fortune to cross his path. His loss will be felt not only at his ranch, but all across Hyrule. The killer turned out to be an utterly pathetic man with delusions of grandeur. I mean, look at him! An utter idiot, just like a clown. He's not just a clown, he's the entire circus. Jeez, he's really laying into him. I bet he's just upset because he lost. The prosecution's bad decide. I think it is time to declare today's verdict. This is just a formality, but will the defendant please step up to the stand? Young miss, I'm very sorry for the situation you have found yourself in. I'm very glad you appear to have such a good attorney as a friend. I wouldn't have chosen anyone else. Aw, thanks. Now then, without further ado, in the name of Goddess Hylia and the sacred land of Hyrule, I hereby found Alan of Lon Ranch. Oh, they're way fancier in Hyrule. They got the budget for indoor fireworks, not just confetti. Court is adjourned. Hey, did you see the explosions on those things? That was definitely fireworks. That was not just confetti. We did it! I suppose so. Guess Ingo's outburst kinda soured the mood, huh? I don't think I could ever forgive Mr. Ingo for what he's done. That's fair enough, honestly. Really, though, you shouldn't think about that for now. You're free. It's time to celebrate. I guess you're right. I knew you'd pull through. Oh, thanks. I couldn't have done it without you, really. So, thank you. Now, that's not quite right. If you want to thank someone, I'm not the only one who deserves it the most. Huh? Your Highness? I thought you were going back to Hyrule Castle? What strings did Impa have to pull to get her here? I was, but I realized I should apologize for what I did personally. It's an honor. There is no need to bow, not after what I have done. Really, if not for my status, I would have probably been carted off to prison alongside that angry little man. Perjury's pretty serious, so that's probably not entirely wrong. I think a certain other court could learn a thing or two from that statement. As usual, you don't give yourself enough credit, Your Highness. How can you say that, Detective? I almost condemned an innocent person to prison. Yes, there are some things you should think twice about doing in the future. But it's all thanks to you that the young lady over there has finally went free. Come on, attorney, show Her Highness what I'm talking about. We never used this, did we? I mean, that's not what I need to present here, I'm pretty sure. But... did we ever use the bloody cloth?
don't think we did. A literal red herring, I guess. It's got to be the oil bottle. I mean, that's literally what allowed us to think of the whole he used fire to burn his clothes theory.
The bottle.
Well, it's true. Without this, and without knowing about the fire, we wouldn't have had any proof to substantiate our claims. And really, you're obviously false. Ouch! If it just stepped on my foot.
Well, there you have it. In any case, I'm sure Miss Malin isn't too upset. Sure.
Ten Hut! We have orders to escort the princess back to the castle immediately.
Ah, just in time. Farewell, Your Highness.
And so they left.
Now then, listen to me. I know that I am perhaps being too lenient on the princess, but tough times are ahead. The princess will need all the confidence she can get to lead the kingdom through them. She needs to learn to take responsibility for her actions too, though. And she will. Huh? Her Highness is in for a rather unpleasant afternoon today, I imagine. The urgency with which she has just been escorted out of here isn't coincidental. Why, is the king going to scold her? At the very least. Now then. My duties call, unfortunately, so I must be off. Again, you did well today, both of you. I trust I will be able to rely on you in the future court proceedings as well.
I'll try my best.
That's all I ask. An unpleasant prosecutor seems to be making his way over here, so I'll be excusing myself post-haste. Farewell.
Uh-oh.
You!
Hello. Nice day we're having, isn't it?
Tell me, now, where did that blasted detective go? To have my reputation tarnished this way by some novice attorney from the boonies.
Dramatic much? Looks about ready to burst from anger.
Don't be such a sore loser. You lost. Deal with it.
Yeah, we got the right verdict. Doesn't that make you even a little bit glad?
Yes. I suppose there's some worth in that. What transpired is most unfortunate. I can only offer my condolences. Just remember that it was the meddling of that idiotic princess and that stupidity of that blasted detective that led to your arrest. So if you have any grievances, take it up with them.
I suppose there is some truth to what he's saying.
Speaking of the detective, it appears she has fled from me like a cook on fire. Mark my words, she will regret what she's done for generations.
Well, that was sure something. I don't know if he was being sincere or if he just wanted to shift blame on someone else.
I wouldn't say he's entirely blameless. Never mind that. Do you think you'll be alright running the ranch by yourself? Of course I'll come visit, but I have my attorney duties too.
I'll get in touch with the castle, see if they can spare some men to work at the ranch. Silly as my father may have seemed, he really did prepare to take me over one day, and he's taught me well. I'll make sure the animals are well cared for, just as I always have.
That's the spirit. I believe in you.
I really want to thank you for bringing the truth to light. If it wasn't for you, I don't even want to think about what could have happened.
Don't mention it. I'm just glad everything worked out in the end. And so ended a very personal case for me. Felt like a weight had been lifted off my back. Malin continued working at the ranch, hoping to make it prosper even beyond what her father was able to accomplish. I didn't really think much about it, but the days following were some of the happiest I'd lived for a long time. Little did I know that a terrible tragedy would soon shock the entire kingdom, and I'd find myself smack dab in the middle of it. But that's a legend for another day. Well, that was pretty good, I have to say. The logic felt very good. I think something with like a game like this is you're always worried about is how well the puzzles are thought out. Because, you know,
you play something like Ace Attorney, and sometimes the cases there are stupid and they have dumb logic, but at the end of the day, like, making something like that and having it all make sense, making a really well-written mystery like that actually is a lot of work. And, you know, an amateur job like this, you can't always guarantee will be like that, but no, this was really good. Everything made sense. The puzzles were just hard enough that you had to kind of stop and think sometimes. I didn't feel like at any point did any of the items I presented make zero sense. I think the usage of the profile there was actually really clever, and you had to think just outside of the box enough that it felt really good to solve that one. That was like probably my favorite part, was presenting Ingo's profile at that one. Yeah, it felt like, this felt like a proper Ace Attorney thing. The writing was decent too. Had some fun references to Zelda, just like Ace Attorney has a lot of like pop culture type references scattered throughout. I like the reference to running backwards is actually the fastest mode of travel. That's pretty good. A bit of more of a niche one there, but I like that one. That was pretty clever. Wait, who's that guy on the right? Is that a model that's like, is that character in Ocarina of Time? Wait, that's not the bean seller on the right, is it? No. I don't know who that's, if that's just like an actual original model on the right or not, but I'm sure that's a person that was in the game somewhere. I like the idea that Ganon's prosecutor office is just like his throne room from the end of Ocarina of Time. Oh, we get to see Zelda get chewed out by her dad? Yep. Oh my god. Grounded to her room for committing perjury in court. I would be down to play a sequel of this if they ever came up with like a second case. But as a one-off, this was really good. Very impressive technically speaking as well. I mean, this is the kind of total conversion that you don't really expect from Ocarina of Time. And even the soundtrack like felt like a really good mix between Ace Attorney style and the Ocarina of Time style. Like, this is way more polished than it needs to be. So, as I was saying earlier, this thing actually supports several N64 accessories. Like, the mouse was apparently supported, likely for that hand section where you had to point at the evidence. You could have plugged in, or depending on the emulator, you could set up the microphone accessory so you could actually yell objection and hold it if you wanted. Apparently even supports Japanese as well, which is crazy. And then somewhere in here, there is support for a fucking transfer pack. Like, you can put in... So I used a cheat code to unlock the extras so we could play them, because I don't have a transfer pack. I don't have a prepared save of Link's Awakening, which is apparently what you need. But the game, if you were playing this on actual N64, you could plug in the transfer pack, plug in a real copy of Link's Awakening, and it would unlock things in this game. I don't know why, but it would be there. Like, what a crazy thing to just randomly support. So let's check out these extras. Okay, here's the extras. How much extras do we have? Okay, so we have 3 extras we can do. Yeah, so one of these extras, I guess, was unlocked by putting in a copy of Link's Awakening for the Game Boy. Which seems weird, but why not? Oh, okay. Sure, what the fuck is this? So we went from playing fucking Phoenix right now, we're playing Mario. Oh, sorry, Super Talon. Run and jump, okay. Oh, this controls like ass. But I feel like that's on purpose, and it's perfect. I wouldn't expect anything less.
Like there's the slide, like he slides just a little bit and it's weird. Oh yeah! And the drift is something else too. Retry that shit. Is this Talon in Purgatory? Is this how he gets to the afterlife? He has to like fucking jump his way to God? Remind me never to die if this is what Purgatory's like. This looks more like hell than Purgatory. Can I wall kick? Oh my god, of course I can. What? There's ground pounding? Oh, wall kicking is janky as shit. Apparently you can like go off the same wall too. The wall kicking is very janky. No, I have to hold B the entire time. Wait, what? Okay, I guess I have to jump off the wall, then press the opposite direction. Oh, there we go, okay. It's not the kind of wall kicking I usually see in a game. Don't mind me, just making some checkpoints of my own. Where's it gonna put me? Unless there's checkpoints built in. If there's not, I'm loading the save I just made. Yeah, I'm loading the fucking save I just made. Fuck this. I swear to God, if there's another level of this. Return, I'll tell you about the secret I heard, supposedly. There's a game with a giant egg in which you can become a criminal. And a pair of games with climate change and time travel. They say the extras can be locked by connecting on the title screen using a certain accessory. What the fuck? Yeah, just go get your real, legitimate copies of the 3 Game Boy Zeldas and just plug them in, because surely everyone has an N64 transfer pack just lying around. Now, that's why they put a cheat code in, and I already put the cheat code in for our convenience. Alright, let's see what these other ones are. Ingo's Casino. Oh, is this the Mario 64 DS minigames? Oh no, it's not quite. No, it basically is! It is! It's fucking Luigi's Poker! Oh, there's different music too. What's like the most appropriate music for this? Maybe this one, if there's nothing else. Yeah, I think we'll stick with this one. Yeah, it's Luigi's Picture Poker from Mario 64 DS. Can I bet more? I have a good feeling about this pair of hearts. Actually, what's the ranking of cards? Show rules. Oh, hearts is pretty high. Wait, no, hearts is pretty low. Tingle's the best. Oh, never mind, my hand sucks. About the song? Oh, it gives you the credit for the currently playing song. Oh, and it even gives you like a description of it. Huh, that's kind of cool. Oh, it's playing the Lost Woods backwards. That makes a lot of sense. Man, I love the idea that there's like a different version of the song that plays when you open the court record. I kind of want to see that in actual Ace Attorney. Alright, I'll play a couple hands of this. Well, I don't know. I'm going to go with the pair anyways. Oh wait. Okay, these are my held cards, right? I'm going to put cards 1, 3, and 4 and draw them again. Or am I holding them? Hang on a second here. Cards are drawn. You pick how much to bet by clicking the rupee and which cards to replace by clicking them. Okay, so I'm replacing those cards. Alright, good. I want to keep the pair. Okay, good. It's just weird because, like, usually, I'm pretty sure Picture Poker especially, I did win. See, I knew it. Picture Poker especially, if you tap the cards, but it pushes the cards forward to show that you're going to replace them. Okay, that's a really good one. We're going all in on this one. No way he's gonna win this. Oh, look at that 4 of a kind. Fucking poker master here. He even cheated, and he still lost. Again, feel really confident about this pair. Okay, 2 pairs not bad. Oh yeah, full house, alright. Well, you know, quit while I'm ahead and all that. What's the third extra? Turnabout Thief. Is there another minigame or something else? This case contains spoilers for Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Oh, okay. You know, 30-year-old video game. Close your ears if you've never played it. Progress through the story will overwrite your current progress through the main story of Hero of Law. Oh, is this another case? Yeah, fuck it, let's go. This case works best if Link is a thief in your Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening save file. Oh, it's actually asking for it. I don't have one of those! I wouldn't even know where to get a save file for that. The only save I would even have remotely close that would work for this is my save on my 3DS on Virtual Console. I don't even know if that would, the hoops I would have to jump through to convert that to something that this could read. It would take me hours. Yeah, default name will be used. I'm assuming it'll use Thief. Is this like Link's trial for being a thief and stealing from the shop in Link's Awakening? Wait, this isn't even a trial. It's the middle of the night. Made it in time, I guess. Still no clue why on earth they called me in here at this ungodly hour. You?
Yes, me. I don't like being woken up at 2 a.m. either, believe me. I really hope that old fool has a good explanation for this.
Old fool? You mean the judge?
Ah, I see you're both already here. Splendid. I hope this wasn't too much of an inconvenience for you.
That remains to be seen. What could possibly be so important about this burglary case as to warrant this kind of urgency?
Case? We're doing a trial?
You mean you haven't been told, defense? Oh dear, my apologies. I suppose I did order the soldiers not to tell anyone about what happened. They must have interpreted that a bit too literally. But that's fine. Secrecy is paramount here.
Are you telling me this Romhack is doing a proper burglary case before Ace Attorney does? There's not going to be any murder in this. This is just a burglary. No murder. Because that would be amazing.
Yes, having an entire entourage of Hylian soldiers arriving at the Gerudo's fortress in the middle of the night was the pinnacle of stealth. No one knows. It's a secret to everybody.
Wait a moment. I can't just defend someone off the cuff like this. It'd be incredibly unfair to the defendant.
No? Doubting your skills?
As much as I'd like to agree with you, defense, we have no choice in the matter. This trial must happen this very moment.
Well, get on with it then, old man. What is this about?
Right, yes, of course. And let me start from the beginning. A few hours ago, I was finishing my daily ablutions?
I've never heard that word before.
When a great light appeared within my chambers. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. The night literally became day before my very eyes. And that wasn't all. People started to come out of the light. I was shaken with fear. One of those people claimed to be the goddess herself, Hylia.
What?
I know, believe me. I was flabbergasted as you are. The goddess proceeded to explain that in another world, one of her chosen heroes had been severely punished for committing some terrible deed. She decided that someone else should determine whether this punishment was just or not to ensure her own biases would not affect the outcome. Our own world was chosen as the best candidate to make this judgment. Okay. Okay. This is a joke, right? There's no way any of that's true. This is insane.
Yes, it seems the judge has completely lost his marbles. Clearly, his age has finally caught up with him. I'll be filing appropriate notices as soon as I can.
We have to defend ourselves. I think we have to defend ourselves from a future timeline. And if it's what I think it is, he only did it in a dream. Can you really blame someone for a crime that they committed in their dreams? Does that really count? That is true.
I believe I know of just the way to convince you two. Soldiers, please call in the defendant.
The defendant? What the?
The fence.
Defense!
What has happened?
We don't have time to watch you pass out. Get yourself together.
Oh, right. That's what happened.
Well, defense, are you convinced now?
I guess I can't deny it, can I? That's definitely me. Younger, wilder perhaps, but sure enough. I guess so.
Excellent. In that case, let us formally begin. This court is now in session for the trial of the thief of Koholland Island.
Wow, that's a little presumptuous there, Judge. Your Honor, you can't just declare of the thief from the get-go.
No, of course not. I have his name written down right here. It seems I'm just unable to say it.
Fascinating. A curse of sorts? I assume this is the punishment we're to decide is just or not. Just? How could this be just? To be forever called a thief by everyone? Even I can't say my own name. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it seems right to me. After all, everyone is just speaking the truth, are they not?
The defense claims the prosecution abstained from claiming unproven statements. I firmly believe my client innocent, of course. Oh, well, about that. I might have actually done it. Well, can't help you now. Oh.
Yes, Her Greatness did specify that the defendant's guilt was non-negotiable. We are only here to determine whether the punishment he faced for it was reasonable. Now then, prosecution, please give your opening statement.
What? I don't know anything about this case, old man. You only just called us in here, remember? You're the one with all the details, so go on. Get to it.
Well, I suppose actually, why don't we just let the victim describe what happened? He should have the most accurate knowledge of the event.
But he's gonna lie! Why would we trust him? This must become some kind of nightmare. Every good lawyer knows you should never defend yourself. Does this count?
Alright, who are you then?
Myself, I own the tool shop back on Koholland, I do. The greatest shop in town it is, I tells ya.
It's the only shop in town.
Whoa, not so close. No touching. You don't know what could happen. World could implode.
I don't think the gods would allow this whole thing if that were a real possibility.
So what if it's the only shop? There's no better, in this world or the next. Never seen anyone complaining.
Yes, whatever. Now, tell us what happened. How did you let yourself get swindled so easily?
I'll say it all. It's just you watch me.
Are we gonna find out that he, like, killed this Link somehow at some point? And then he's just gonna get put away for murder? Because, I mean, that can't happen in the game after all. You can walk back in and get a game over. You get, like, fucking blasted by a laser.
Twas just a normal day. I was tending to my cash register. And then suddenly this kid bursts in. A green blur, tells ya. It grabs the nearest thing and runs behind himself. So I turn around, but he ain't there anymore. So I turned back to the entrance. Caramba, he's gone. I can't afford me wares going for free, you know? Already cheap as possible, why I oughta... well, I suppose he did already pay the ultimate price.
Why, what a descriptive testimony. I feel as if I were there.
Hold on. There's just one thing I'm confused about. Who was it that set this, curse or whatever it is on my client?
It was me, of course. What kind of shopkeep would I be without some of that magic?
I know how it looks, but the guy can literally shoot deadly energy beams. I would not underestimate him.
Right. Of course.
Without further ado, please proceed with the cross-examination defense.
Do I even have... I don't have any evidence. What am I cross-examining? What am I gonna present? Wait, this is technically last. Yeah, this is... So, if we're going off the official timeline, Link's Awakening takes place in the future where OOT Link failed to stop Ganon. And it would have taken place... Link's Awakening... This is the, Link to the Past Link, actually. Link's Awakening is a direct sequel to Link to the Past. So this would be that Link. Ignore the hair color. In fact, if anything, the pink hair was a fluke. Do you get many customers at your store on a regular days like this, Witness?
Nah, can't say I do. It's a small town, you know. Besides, I think lately the people have been spending the money at that blasted trendy game. Ooh, that four-eyed scoundrel running such an eyesore.
Trendy game?
It's a crane game that's also in town. 10 rupees per game. It's pretty easy to win.
Huh. Something wrong if people prefer to literally gamble on a crane game than buy from this guy.
Please continue, Witness.
A blur. Are you sure this was definitely my client?
I swear on me, mum. Couldn't have been anyone else. It's a small town, you know. I know everyone there. No one else wears weird green dresses.
Hey, it's my finest tunic. I fail to see how this matters in any case. Have you forgotten that your doppelganger's guilt has already been established, defense?
Forgotten? No, but I wish I could. What is it that was stolen anyway? Is it the shovel? It's probably no. You know, it's probably the bow. It's always the bow. Why would you steal anything else? You steal the bow. It's the most expensive item there. You get it early.
Why does that matter? You stole something, and that's that. No need to be getting into the nitty-gritty.
As it happens, defense, the goddess herself forbade us from talking about this. She called it, technical limitation, whatever that means.
I guess the game doesn't keep track of what exactly you stole. What? But that's the most important question here. If it was something cheap, surely we can agree this punishment is too severe?
It is what it is. I must ask you to drop this line of questioning.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, don't look so glum, chum. There you go. This is a flyer with all my wares. This should give you an idea of what it might have been.
Well, it's something at least.
The court accepts this flyer to evidence.
I want to take a look at this wares list.
And now then, witness, please continue.
Yeah, you always steal the bow. You'd be stupid to steal literally anything else in that shop. Even the shovel isn't as useful.
patrons can just freely go behind the counter like that? Nah, of course not. I don't have a counter. But where's your cash register then if it's not on a counter? What? Yeah, customers have to hold their items while I bring them up. But wouldn't the register have to be on a counter or something similar? Well, yeah, I suppose, but it's only big enough for me register. Not for any products too, that's what I meant. I see. You got a problem? Or are you to criticize me interior decor? Best have a little extra fluff as possible. It keeps the customer's eyes on the wares, you see. Well, I can't deny there's some logic to that. Oh, they avoided the question because you can steal anything. Yeah, you can steal anything. I guess the game doesn't, like, why would the game keep track of that, right? There's no reason for the cartridge to know what you stole. All it knows is that you walked out of the store without paying the rupees. And then that's how it knows to change your name and make it so you can't ever go back in the shop again. Actually, that reminds me. I noticed that the wall behind me was starting to get moldy. This straight thought distracted me for just a split second, you see? Is this all a joke? Some kind of skit? Let me guess. He wasn't there either? As I live, a slimy rope. This is amazing. Your establishment doesn't exactly have the tightest security, does it? Never needed any. Everyone in town trusts everyone else. Everyone who's sucked when I told them I tells you sucked. I do have to ask, why did you need to steal from the store exactly? Well, you see, I really needed one of those things in there. Yes, that's what pain is for. I was shipwrecked. I wasn't exactly swimming in rupees.
Defense, do you have an actual question for the witness? Then let us move on. Continue, shopkeeper.
What does that mean?
Oh, that's right. This guy literally killed me when I went back into the store. There it is!
What?
You know, if you're going to make up a lie, at least make it believable.
It's not a lie. It's true. How are you here then?
I don't know. It got undone somehow.
So wait, he murdered you and then you came back alive, so he didn't murder you, so there's nothing wrong here, is what I'm hearing.
One moment I'm getting fried and then poof. I'm back at the doorstep and that guy's just smiling at me creepily. And surely death is enough of a punishment for theft.
But you just said it didn't happen.
It unhappened.
This all sounds very hard to believe, defendant. Well, what did the witness mean by the ultimate price then? Why, I just meant the curse I'd said on him, didn't I? Yes, that was it.
Perfectly sensible.
Okay, I'm starting to get goosebumps, but surely that is all there is to it. Well, that's quite the testimony.
If you say so. You're the lawyer here, whatever that means.
Wait, are you saying there are no lawyers in your world at all?
I don't think there are.
How weird. Can't imagine how that would even work. Anyway, best to stay on track. I don't have much to work here, so I should keep pressing for more details. Alright, well, we got our one and only piece of evidence here. He grabs the nearest thing and runs behind me, self. What are we presenting this on? Turns around, he ain't there anymore, turn back to the entrance, he's gone, nowhere to be seen, okay? Can't afford me wares going for free, they're already as cheap as possible. We're gonna argue about his prices? That's all I can think of at this point. Cheap, you say? That's not quite true now, is it?
Whatever do you mean, defense?
Your Honor, if you'd look at the flyer the witness has so graciously provided us with, do any of the items in there seem like a bargain to you? The bow is always in the back, right? I think it's in the back right corner, yeah. It's been a while since I played. Not since I streamed the game like 5 years ago. Yeah, the bow's like in the far back right, and then I think the shovel is like in the middle, and then the rest of the stuff is junk. But like the bow's the only thing that matters. I don't think that knowledge is necessary for this, but that'd be pretty cool if it was. But we have no way of knowing where his items are. He hasn't told us, right? Like, this Link wouldn't know the layout of his shop because he hasn't seen it.
Well, let's see. Goodness gracious. 980 rupees for a simple bow. Why, that's more than I get paid. Now, which is the bloomin' second? All the villagers be happy with me shop. No one's ever complained, you know?
Yeah, because you kill all the people who fucking steal from you, so there's no one left to complain. Is that so, witness? Tell me, how many customers do you get each day?
That's not important. It's all because of that blasted trendy game. Not me fault that folks prefer to play with that stupid crane.
I'll agree the prices are a bit inflated. So what?
What do you mean, so what? My other self needed to survive somehow, and the prices were entirely unreasonable.
I was shipwrecked. It would have taken me months to get that kind of money.
Yes, given a survival scenario, I suppose this explains the defendant's motive at the very least.
Indeed. You didn't just steal out of malice or without profit in mind. It was a life or death situation.
Life or death, you say? Tell me, which one of those items listed that flyer is necessary for survival precisely?
The bow? Maybe the bombs, if one wants to argue? I would say the bow is very important for survival. You could go hunting with the bow. You could get food with the bow. That's very important.
Exactly.
Maybe the recovery hearts? 10 rupees is way too much for those.
Oh, I agree. That's a terrible deal, given that you can get them by just cutting some grass.
Yeah. Oh. Well, how do we know my client didn't had a sword? He couldn't have cut grass. He didn't have a sword.
Yes, everything the store carried that one might need for survival could have been easily obtained elsewhere. The defendant had no pressing need to steal anything.
The prosecution makes a valid point. There's no food or water listed among the wares, after all.
Shield for defense, even. Exactly. You know how dangerous that island is? Shield's very important. We don't know he has a shield. He has nothing on him. We don't know he owns a shield. We don't know he owns a sword. He could have been going out there defenseless after that shipwreck.
I wasn't just trying to survive. I was trying to leave the island.
Leave the island?
And how would you do that using this set of items, pray tell? Were you planning to paddle off the island with a shovel?
No, not directly like that. The island can't be escaped by normal means. I needed them to wake the windfish. Oh, of course, the windfish. And we're supposed to believe this? What? The heck is a windfish?
I'm not sure.
Even he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Right. Next thing he's gonna tell us is that some owl told him to do this, and that's the only information he has. And we're supposed to believe that? So you knew it needed to be awakened because an owl toy. What did I fucking tell you just now? Are you trying not to make sense at all at this point?
Oh, perhaps I can shed some light on this particular matter. By Jove, is that a talking owl? Oh, it felt like I was needed, and so I came. You would be wise not to scoff at what your counterpart is telling you.
So you mean...
Oh, yes, of course. Everything the brave young lad has said is true. He is on a special quest, and Colin's no regular island at all. If you'll allow me, I can explain everything.
Oh, thank the goddesses. Finally, someone will actually explain something.
What utter nonsense! I object to the presence of this animal in my courtroom. No way am I going to listen to a testimony from an owl.
Oh, so you've accepted everything else happening here, but not this? The defense demands the right to cross-examine the bird.
Out of all the boneheaded, stupid...
I'm surprised you'd objecting to this, considering how verbose this owl is. Especially compared to a certain other bird that was in court one time.
Order! Order! Allow me to share my opinion on this matter. Given the situation at hand, I see nothing wrong with allowing a bird to testify, unusual as it may be. Mr. Owl, please tell us all we need to know about the nature of Koholint Island. Hoot. Koholint's very existence, its very essence, is tied to the windfish's slumber. As long as the windfish sleeps, the island cannot be escaped, like a terrible nightmare. The young swordbearer must thus search for the 8 instruments of the sirens and play the ballad that will waken the Great One. Quote, with the instruments all united, the windfish's slumber shall come to an end, and so shall Koholint.
Why was there like one instrument of the forest temple in there at the very end? That didn't explain anything either.
Just as like I said, listening to this bird was a waste of time.
Perhaps that was not as clear as I'd hoped. Do forgive me. Over-mystifying is a bit of an occupational hazard for our kind.
What occupation? Professional owl?
Please, if you have questions, I will happily answer. Well, the witness seems to be all but begging to be cross-examined. Defense, please go right ahead.
Well... Let's start with the Dodongo in the room. What the heck is a windfish?
Dodongo? No, young counselor, you must be confused. The windfish, the Leviathan, is a huge whale. As far as Koholint is concerned, it has always been, and as long as Koholint is, it will always be.
Right. A deity whale. I'd bring up the fact that whales are not fish, but at this point, I don't think it really matters. What would happen if you did try? Why couldn't you just build a raft and try to sail away?
Truthfully, I don't know. Perhaps, no matter how long you sailed, the island would just never fade from view. The sea would never end like an infinite staircase, until you turned around and found yourself back where you started in no time. Or perhaps, you would just die.
Yikes! That's a possibility? I admit, I thought about trying that a few times.
Good. There's but only one way to escape.
Well, how does one obtain these elusive instruments exactly?
Good. That is no simple task, to be sure. The instruments of the sirens sleep deep within the temples scattered across the land, fraught with monsters, traps, and other dangers. At the end of each, a formidable foul foe guarding a peace. Yes, Hoot, to obtain all the instruments of yours to slay all those who corrupt the island from within. Slaying foes? That sounds like some kind of mass murder spree. It appears... Yes, it appears that our worlds may differ from each other more significantly than I thought. I cannot feel him here. How strange.
What in Din's name are you blabbling about, you feathered menace?
Hoot, in our land, since the very beginning of time, an evil influence has permeated all. The king of evil, the demon lord Ganon.
Uh-oh.
For the very dirt of the earth, to even the first thoughts of an infant. If you dig deep enough, if you look closely enough, you will find this malice and hatred.
The king of evil, Ganon.
So he noticed too. Could it just be a coincidence?
Naturally, when I speak of vanquishing foes, I speak of his creations. It deeply rooted in the most primordial evil, these foul beasts' only goals are for their own survival and for the misery of others. Hoot, no being that has ever been touched by Hylia's grace would object to their destruction. It is as innate to our nature as breathing. And yet, here's a world without him. Is your world lucky to have been spared, or has ours been particularly unlucky? That I do not know. And perhaps this is even the very reason her grace has chosen this world to send us to.
You have any idea what this is about?
I think I do, actually. Really? I don't think it really matters what we're talking about, though.
Right. Could we get back to the matter at hand then?
Oi, Hoot! Of course. I was just musing aloud.
Right, and I don't suppose making noise any other way would suffice. You know, just screaming into its ear or something.
Of course not, my dear counselor. The windfish's sleep is not natural. A magical slumber like that can only be broken via magical means.
Right. But what did you mean by that last part? Will something happen to Koholint when the windfish wakes?
Koholint Island is a magical place born of the windfish's slumber. Once the Leviathan awakens, the magic keeping Koholint in place will dissipate.
You mean...
Hoot, of course. When the windfish awakes, Koholint will disappear, and nary a sight shall remain.
What? Did you know about this?
Well, truth be told,
I suspected. So wait, you would selfishly kill an entire populace of an island, Link,
thief.
just so you could leave? I don't think my client's very innocent anymore. I'd like to accuse him of murder, potential murder, premeditated potential murder.
Clever lad. Hoot. Yes, surely you have noticed. The only shop in town selling nothing but tools and equipment, shopkeepers with magical powers, villages of talking animals. Koholint, as a whole, is unnatural. It is a place made of dreams and nightmares.
Villages are talking animals. I must have missed that part. What about the inhabitants then? Where will they go when the island disappears?
Where indeed?
After all we've heard here, I think one thing has been made clear. My client has truly found himself in a life or death situation. This testimony fully corroborates that. On top of that, to escape the island, he had to go on a life-threatening quest. In order to survive this ordeal, he needed to be as well equipped as possible. And the only way to get the needed equipment was from the store, which is charging exorbitant prices. These are all clear mitigating factors. And with that in mind, the defense asserts this punishment is far too severe.
Indeed. This does paint the defendant in a more positive light. It appears the thief might have been necessary. The theft might have been necessary given the situation.
Yes, That was easier than I thought, and it's still early enough to go back to sleep. It always used to annoy me a little, but it's really come to my rescue this time, hasn't it? Hoot, I am only here to help, lad. I feel there is no need to further prolong this trial. While this court does not condone the defendant's act in and of itself, I do now believe that he has been punished too harshly for it. And so, this court finds the defendant... Yeah, I figured Ganon would have something to say about this.
Old man, surely you don't mean to tell me that you've woken me in the dead of night, just to make a farce of this trial?
Farce? But Mr. Dragmire, the defense has just presented a rather compelling argument.
Compelling? Don't make me laugh. Yes, he had a reason to do what he did. All criminals have reasons. That's no justification.
Wasn't just any reason. Survival was at stake here.
Was it though? You, Birdbrain.
Otto? Yes? What is it?
You said that the defendant was to go visit a bunch of dusty old temples in search of the instruments. Tell me, were those instruments the only things in there?
What? No, I suppose they were not. What? With structures as old as those, you're bound to find things left by previous inhabitants. Why? What? Yes, I'm sure there would be a lot of treasure left in there too. Oh no.
Treasure, money, all of that was within the brat's grasp. He could have easily gotten the funds to properly purchase the item he stole with only a little legwork.
Wait a moment. It wouldn't be that easy. Those places were full of monsters and traps. Without any equipment, it would be too dangerous to go alone.
Oh, how quickly you've forgotten, Defense. Try to recall this flying menace's words from just a few moments ago.
The young sword-bearer must thus search for the 8 instruments of the sirens and play the ballad that would wicked the Great One.
A little kleptomaniac had a perfectly good sword with him. He wasn't barehanded at all. No, all he was looking for was some kind of easy shortcut out of his predicament. Or maybe the little snake just wanted to keep all the treasure for himself. How dare you? I'm not some greedy little treasure hoarder. Either way, the defendant may have had a reason for his theft. But I'd say that reason was likely nothing but selfishness.
He's completely right, by the way. He wanted to keep the treasure. Now, Barrister, that's not even remotely possible. All of the treasure as part of Koholint would naturally disappear with it.
Bah, that doesn't mean anything. The twerp might not have known that.
Oh, come on. Just admit you're wrong. Now that this is quite the pickle indeed. The prosecution has brought up some good points. But so has the defense. Furthermore, we seem to be out of testimony to discuss at this point. This will be a hard decision to make. Actually, that reminds me. There was something you kept bringing up in your testimony, Mr. Witness. What? Yes, what is it? You often mention that Koholint is like a dream, or a nightmare. How literal is that?
What are you going on about now?
Oh no, it very much is.
What?
What? I thought that point was clear. My apologies. Koholint only exists within a dream. We are in a dream right now, too, in fact.
What?
Oh my, this whole trial isn't even real? I should have known. This whole thing was just way too fantastical. Well then, now that we've made that clear, I'm just gonna go and wake up, if you don't mind.
Why, that might be the wisest thing you've proposed so far, Defense. But of course, it's not gonna be you waking up. I'm the only real person here. I haven't the slightest idea how my mind conjured up this nonsense. Should have had that noble pursuit before bed.
Oh, I suppose it wouldn't be the first time I've dreamt of the courtroom. It's never been quite this vivid, but I guess this old man still has quite the active imagination. Meanwhile, my imagination's being a bit overactive right now, I guess. And I haven't even had any noble pursuits.
Please, wait.
Huh?
You can't just wake up. What about me? What about you? You're clearly just an invention of my mind, rat. But, hey, you want a resolution? No problem. Judge, declare a guilty verdict right now.
Prosecutor Dragmire, I refuse to hand down a faulty verdict, even in my dreams. No, this won't do. I will just have to wake up now. Here goes. This trial's insane. Strange. I don't seem to be able to... If I may interject. I have said that this is a dream, yes, but why would that mean that nothing here is real?
Oh, be quiet, you pile of feathers. I banish you from my dream. Be gone.
I don't think that worked.
What? What is this? Am I stuck in this nightmare?
This owl is holding us hostage. Well, naturally only one person here can actually control the dream. Everyone else is just along for the ride, so to speak. Well, then whose dream is it? Are you trying to say everyone here is actually real, just sharing the same dream? Why, Hoot, of course. Her Grace chose one person to be the host and then thrust the others into it.
Preposterous! If this is all the Green Brat's dream, why doesn't he just remove his curse on his own?
Preposterous? Not at all, my angry Gerudo friend. I never said he was the one in charge. He came from the dream world of Koholint, after all.
Well, how did he wind up in someone else's dream then, you blasted buzzard?
Having battled with Ganon before, he is of particular interest to the Demon Lord. The evil one saw an opportunity and forcibly shoved him into the dream of the Windfish. A dreamscape he has been steadily perverting with his evil for many years. He infested it with his own creations, twisted it into a dangerous place, and imprisoned its creator within. As a result, that's also why our green-clad friend cannot wake up normally. But this world is free of Ganon. Whoever the host of this dream is could indeed just wake. Although I cannot imagine the goddess Hylia would be very thrilled with that conclusion, having made all that effort to bring his chosen hero here.
How do you know all this?
Hoot, why, isn't it obvious? I myself am part of the Windfish's spirit. I could not just stand idly by when Hylia's own champion was dealt such a bad hand. And so, I've tried to lead you to the 8 instruments, and I reached out to Hylia for help with this predicament. I like that explanation of the island's existence, actually. I can hardly believe it. Well, who is it then? Who is the one controlling this dream? It's him, isn't it? That I do not know. Oh. That is something you'll have to find out for yourself. Whoever it is, will have the final word in this trial. So that's it then. It all hinges on this point. It's my dream? Shit. Wait, what if it is? Oh, it probably is. Who's this dream's Windfish? I must consider all the facts. What facts do we even have here? We're just going off of everyone's word at this point. There's no evidence. Who is the one that Her Grace Hylia chose to control this dream? Could it be one of these people? Well, Dragmire tried to control the dream and he couldn't.
The judge? It could be the judge. Because Hylia came to him specifically, no? It's gonna be that or neither. Maybe it's the judge. If the goddess was looking for a verdict, the judge would be a good candidate to give it. But wait, judge wasn't able to wake up just now. Can't be him. Oh, that's right, he did try to wake up, okay. So it's neither of them. I forgot that he did try to wake up. Now, both Dragmar and the judge have already conclusively proven they're not the host of this stream. Who's that leave? Maybe one of them? No, they came through the portal with Link. Can't be either the owl or the shopkeeper. They'd each have ended the trial in their favor by now if they were in control. And I already know that thief isn't the one in control, so who does that leave? I am the host. It's Link's stream. Link can do this however he wants. Wait, but then who made the dream? Who forced this dream? Was it the goddess? Because that seems pretty biased if you ask me. If the whole point was bringing this Link to a completely different world, so there was no bias in the determination of the severity of his crime, why would you give control to the defendant? That's it. There's no doubt about it.
Well, what are you looking so smug about?
Isn't it obvious? I've just realized who must be the one controlling this dream.
No, it can't be.
I see you've realized it now too.
Oh my, you mean you're the one?
Well, let's give it a try, shall we?
What are you?
Hello everyone.
Aw, yeah. Now this stream's getting good. Oh no. This is why we should never let Link lucid dream.
Marin? Defense, what did you do to prosecutor Jagmire?
Nothing bad, of course. I just ejected him out of here. He's probably waking rather abruptly right about now. I decided it'd be nice to have someone more pleasant to deal with on the opposing side.
Prosecution has nothing more to add. Finn is totally innocent. I won't stand for this. You can just give yourself an easier opponent.
Oh, that's a shame. But wait, who will give the verdict now? I know of one good candidate. Huh? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Will the defendant please step up to the stand? Is this really okay? This seems extremely biased. I don't think this is what Hylia had in mind here. I thought the goddess wanted a fair trial. Actually, she requested no such thing. What? The way the judge put it, the only stipulation was that someone else decide your fate. She said no bias, though. She did say that.
She decided that someone else should determine whether this punishment was just or not to ensure her own biases would not affect the outcome.
Oh, her own biases. Okay, so her own biases? No. Someone else's biases? Totally fine. Alright. Whatever. I mean, we've seen that Hylia in the flesh. She was kind of an idiot. At no point did she specify how the decision should be made or how many people should be making it. This is actually pretty much in character for considering Skyward Sword. That still feels like cheating. Well, there's only one easy way to find out if it's allowed or not. This court finds the defendant. Wait, I'm not having this. My product was still stolen, you know. What kind of justice is... Don't interrupt me. Now then, once again, this court finds the defendant. So, let's see, your name is Link. Oh, it's the same. Of course our names are the same. I'm not sure why you're surprised. I wonder if because I think Link's Awakening cartridges do let you change your name back. At some point, I think it's with the photographer person, you can get your name changed back from Thief to something else, back to the original. So the game does still keep track of the original file name. So I'm guessing this is where that would come in, if I had an actual file to upload. In any case, I believe you should be getting back to your own world now. And no more stealing, you hear? Of course not. Never again. Glad to hear that. Best of luck in your quest. And with that, court is adjourned. Amazing. Amazing. Link Legal Agency. What? Where? The office? That's right, I stayed to catch up on work. I guess I must have fallen asleep reading case files. Man, what a crazy dream, though. What was it about again? I was in court, and then... Ah, darn. It's gone already. Can't remember a thing. Oh well. That was a fun little extra. I liked it. That was nice. A fun little twist on the concept that you wouldn't normally see in a Phoenix Wright game. I like that almost more than the actual case that we got to do. Well, I think that's pretty much everything here. That was a nice little mod. I liked it. If there's a sequel at some point, if they make a second case, I will definitely play it. But, you know, for now, in the meantime, we will be returning to our usual Phoenix Wright fare next Tuesday as we start Phoenix Wright 6, Spirit of Law, the last game with Phoenix Wright in it to this day. So we only have a few cases left with him. Of course, we still have 2 more games after that, but no more Phoenix Wright at that point. But in the meantime, I think that will be it for tonight. That took up like the perfect amount of time for a stream. I will be back tomorrow with hopefully the finale of Kitten Burst. And then Friday we'll have some more Minecraft. We'll continue Metroid Prime 3 next Monday, and then, yeah, start Phoenix Wright, Spirit of Justice, next Tuesday. So, for now, thank you all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.